morning, good evening, good afternoon.
Yeah, you're the first one here.
Check. Oh, getting into that. Hold on. Here, you might like this. I know Lorraine might like it.
What's that?
I'm gonna link it now.
Alright.
There we go.
Yeah, I saw those. They're kind of neat.
I think I might get one.
Yeah, they look kind of neat. I'm not a real big fan of the Canadian silver products, but
This is not really. I don't think this is. It might be Canadian.
yeah, that's the Canadian maple leaf. That's,
Yeah, I understand that. But I'm talking about. I may not be made in.
yeah, they'll put any design on it.
Yeah.
They make thousands of different. They're called privy marks.
Yeah.
But the bad problem with Canadian silver is it gets milk spots on it real bad. So they don't look very good after a short period of time. That's why I've kind of stayed away from them. Their quality is no good, and they've admitted it. They said they don't really care. You're buying it just as a bullion coin, so what do you expect? I saw that in an email from them. Like, now their higher dollar coins, you know, the real expensive stuff, it's all fine, but their lower stuff,
Yeah.
but they're pretty neat though. I mean, with the Bigfoot on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick some of your the ones that say "Don't tread on me."
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick some of those up. But other than that, anything going on today?
No, nothing today.
Nah. Went outside and watched the slowest, highest airplane I ever saw.
Yeah.
Come flying over about an hour ago. I sat there for like 5 minutes, saw it off in the distance. I'm like, what the heck is that? And it kept coming. I was like, that's moving. Kept coming. I'm like, man, that is way up there. Sitting there like, should I? Just as I was getting ready to go get my camera.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I saw the lights on it blinking. I'm like going, okay, it is a plane.
Yeah, that's a sure sign when you see the lights.
Yeah. It was just way, way up there.
A lot of planes around here fly real low.
Yeah, I guess it depends on altitude, where you're at, elevation.
Well, we got the military planes that fly around here, and you get them big tankers, you know, the refueling planes.
Mhm.
They'll fly treetop level. They're weird.
Wow.
You don't see them very often. I don't know why, but I seem to see them more in the fall of the year. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
But because the base right north of me is like probably half hour or less away from me, Rickenbacker. That's what theirs is, a refueling wing up there.
Yeah.
Well, it's a private public, I guess, airport now. I mean, people fly out of there going wherever, but they still use it for the military a little bit. My grandpa used to work up there back in the like 60s and 50s, and that's where he always told me he saw a UFO land on the runway up there.
Huh.
Yeah, he said that it landed, and like they ordered everybody, if you lived on base, to go into your barracks and like put something over your window so you can't see out, or if you didn't live on base, then you had to leave and go home. Like nobody around, but he drove a staff car, for all the higher ups.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how he was able to see some of it. He told me they took it underground. Because I don't know how much of it's really true, but underground that base is supposed to be like mostly hollow. Like they could drive semi trucks underneath of it. Because it used to be Strategic Air Command at one time. So the nuclear stuff and all that.
Okay.
But now it's not much of anything. But he always told me that story. Said he saw the thing land that was just, your classic disc shaped object.
Oh no. Okay. I mean,
Yeah, I got no reason to doubt him. I mean, I wasn't there, so.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, what do you know? Who knows?
Now the old footage, the military footage you've seen probably on TV. The Arrow car they made back in like the 50s looked like a UFO, and they tried to fly it.
Yeah, you took a video
Yeah,
thing of it. Yeah.
that was weird to see that in person.
Yeah, I bet it was.
It's made for two people.
Yeah, yeah, it was. It needed two people.
Yeah, it's got like two little bubbles on top, where their head would stick out. Weirdest looking thing though. But yeah, it of course never really done anything. But they tried.
Well, it seems like it's real an easy thing to fix. I remember my dad looked at it on TV,
Yeah.
and he said all it needs was a gyro put on it or something. He was in the Air Force during Vietnam. Mind you, he didn't fly planes or anything,
Yeah.
or anything like that. But yeah, he looked at it and he said, "Yeah, that would." He said that was designed. He said just looking at it, it was designed not to fly on purpose.
Yeah. A weird looking thing though. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was cool though to see it because I've been to that museum dozens of times over the years, but that was in one of their newer exhibits. So that was a new thing.
Mm-hmm.
They got all kinds of stuff over there though. But them missiles are the weirdest thing though. The ICBMs, just creepy, seeing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I sat there and looked through the video that you showed.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I wasn't going to take the time to put annotations in there of what every plane and object was, even though it all was on their website. But I wasn't going to go through that much hassle. But
oh yeah. Who blames you?
But yeah, it's pretty neat though. Seeing all the different stuff. I mean, from the Wright brothers all the way up to the new stuff.
Okay. Let me see here. I'm surprised Bill hasn't been on. Now, he's doing a live show tonight?
Yeah. That's where Lorraine's at.
Oh, okay.
She just messaged me.
Yep.
Bill said he's been extremely busy. He don't even know how much he's going to get to skywatch the meteor shower. I don't know.
What's he busy doing?
I know he's got all kinds of stuff going on. He's supposed to be in somebody's book, and he's been interviewing people, and like Richard Dolan and all them.
Nah. Becoming part of the circle.
Yeah.
It happens. Good for him.
Yeah.
But he works hard trying to get there and stuff like that. So.
No, yeah. I just personally never cared about that aspect of it. Going around to all these conferences and talking and all that.
All right, hold on a minute. My wife is here. Let me talk to her. Anyway,
I just started it literally right now, but see how it goes. For some reason, YouTube will not let me monetize any of my older videos.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why, and there's no way to contact YouTube either. They don't have an email or nothing you can use.
Well, of course not. That's the best way to run a company, is not be contacted.
So, one thing I can do, though, it gives me the option to monetize this Skywatch, and I just got to, do each one of them individual from here on out. So, ads might show up. I don't know. Supposed to, anyway. Won't be, not until after it's published, though. I don't really, expect anything from that, but
Did you already fill out the form and everything for the?
I had one already from a long
Oh,
time
okay.
ago. I just never did use it. So I was already in the system.
Yeah, I noticed. Bill started doing that on his.
You can cash out once you get $100 in your account.
Yeah, yeah.
But you got to give them, all your tax information, social security number, and all that stuff.
Yep, yep. They don't want to be held
Yeah.
responsible for anything.
Nope. Well, nothing on the screen now. I'm gonna have to go mess with the camera. I guess I was waiting on it to get darker before I done too much because it was still pretty well daylight when I turned it on. So give me just a minute. I gotta go turn the brightness up on it.
Okay.
Because when I had it on before, if I had the brightness up even one notch, it would just wash out. It was all white.
Okay. Well, I'll be right back. We'll get some of the drink and stuff. Real quick.
All right. Okay. Does everything look okay on the screen? It's about the best I can do right now. Yeah, I'll leave it there for a while. I could probably focus it a little bit better, but I'll just leave it there for now until I see something fly by, and then if I need to, I can go adjust it. I hate going outside though. The mosquitoes are terrible. Well, if anybody else wants to join on Skype, just let me know. Okay, just let me know. Okay. Yeah, I was checking the weather again, and there might be a slim chance sometime in the week I might be able to do a sky watch. I don't know. It's none of the nights are clear, but there's a couple that are saying partly cloudy. So I don't know. So I went on Twitter and messaged the local weatherman that I watch on TV because he always answers me. So uh, he'll probably answer me tomorrow. Let me know if it's going to be decent enough or not.
Well, even still, they don't always know. So
No, but since it is a meteor shower and he's like something he really pays attention to, he'd probably give me a better answer than this stupid weather bug app I'm using. I found a new website. I played around with it earlier. I'm not using it right now, but I can live stream this same Skywatch or whatever on up to 30 different websites all at the same time.
wow.
So I had it set up for 2 websites, YouTube and Twitch, and it did work. I just put up just a picture on the screen just to see, and it did work. I don't have it running that way now, but it does work though.
Oh, is that what that 17-second thing was?
Yeah, I deleted those, but yeah,
Oh, okay.
I had like 3 of them on there. But yeah, that's what they were. It's called Restream is the name of the website, and seems pretty easy. So
Yeah, I kept pulling it up. It kept coming up like, "Oh,
yeah,
your video." Okay, so I pull it up and I was like, "Huh?"
yeah, I was just testing it out. I didn't even realize for a little while that it even went to YouTube like that until I just happened to go back later on and I saw it there. So I went ahead and deleted them. But at least I know that I have that option.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got websites you can stream on that I've never even heard of. There's 30 different ones though.
Oh yeah, you get to some of these guys are live streaming that have been doing it for years. They
Yeah,
got them. They got accounts with everything. There's even certain ones they do that's in different countries.
yeah,
They'll hook up an account with.
yeah. This one's got all kinds of stuff. Bunch of YouTube ones, and there's other ones that Hitbox, Beam. Some of them I know of, like Ustream and Livestream, but a lot of them I don't. But
Yep.
and it's all free, so
For now.
yeah. Well, they got a couple things they do charge for. Like if I wanted to stream it on 2 different YouTube channels at the same time, you got to pay for that. You know, if
Yeah.
you want to do a multiple channels on the same website.
Yeah.
But that's $5 a month. I'm not worried about that. Or if you want to use it on something that they don't have listed and configure it yourself, that's $15 a month. But for what I would want to use it for, seems like it'd be alright.
Bought me some really nice cantaloupe today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's so sweet.
I learned something about cantaloupe the other night watching one of them Food Network shows.
Mm-hmm.
Alton Brown, I like him. Good Eats is his show. They're all reruns, but when he was on there and he said even though he's a professional chef, he's never even held a real cantaloupe. What we get at the store that we think are cantaloupe are not.
Yeah,
The real ones, he said, would probably cost you at least $100 because they're mainly grown in France. But we get the muskmelons here. I mean, same,
Yeah, the real ones don't have the ripples and stuff on them.
Yeah, he said they would cost about $100 because they're almost impossible to import because they don't travel well at all.
Yeah, I've had them over there in Europe, and honestly, I like ours better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw the square watermelons before.
I don't think I've seen those before.
Yeah, Japan has them, and they're like $300-400 a piece. They're expensive, but they're about the same size and dimensions as if you would buy like a 24 pack of Pepsi.
Uh-huh.
It looks the same. They're grown that way so they can fit in them smaller refrigerators easier.
Yeah, because they do have a lot of
But they're easy. The way they grow them though is actually pretty easy.
yeah, they just grow them inside a container.
Yeah, they got a wooden box, but they
Hmm.
get up to like $300 a piece for them.
Yeah, that's okay. The market is
Yeah.
asking for
And
it.
they had another type of melon too. I don't remember what it was exactly called, but it was in Japan too, and it said they go for like $1,000 US a piece. Ain't no melon worth no $1,000 bucks.
Yeah, yeah, I can agree with that. Let's say had like a meat melon or something.
A lot of foods are just overpriced, especially in restaurants. They say the most overpriced thing at a restaurant is oysters. They have the biggest markup of anything.
Sometimes, I live here in Maryland,
Well,
so
yeah,
but most of our oysters doesn't even come from Maryland right now. It depends on the season. Just like
yeah,
Maryland's known for crabs,
yeah.
but most of our crabs actually come from Texas and Louisiana.
If I go to like Red Lobster or one of those type places around here, oysters would cost me about $1.50 a piece. Now I can buy them at the grocery store still in the shell and all that for I think they're 49 cents.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes I'll usually pick up about two, 3 dozen from time to time,
Yeah,
but I have to. I don't get them at the grocery store. I go down to the
yeah,
one of the markets and get
right.
them.
Yeah, there's just not many places here you can get seafood. You know, being Ohio and all that.
And a lot of times, what I'll do is I'll eat a dozen there and then take 2 dozen home with me.
I love oysters. Though.
Oh
I
yeah.
was at this place I was in Kentucky, right across the river from Cincinnati. There was it's called Mitchell's. It's like a fish market restaurant combo thing,
Mm-hmm.
and it was an expensive place, but it was good though. And I got this oyster. It was a sampler, and I think there was maybe a dozen or dozen and a half oysters, but each one was from a different like body of water, and so you could tell the difference. And it
Mm-hmm.
was pretty amazing how big of a difference there was. Some were, you know, tasted like you was just eating straight out of the salt shaker, and then there were others that were, you know, sweet, and it just all different. I was surprised how, you know, I've tried different oysters, but never, you know, at the same time to
Now,
get an idea.
do you like them raw or?
Yeah, on the half shell.
Okay, yeah. Oh God, dude, I love oysters. I love Rockefeller. I don't care. I just
They're good.
oyster
I've
stew.
never
Just
tried to actually shuck one though myself.
oh really?
So that's why I never bought any at the store. Everybody, the woman that works the meat counter or the meat and seafood and all that, she don't even like seafood. So I just found that out. So you can't really go by her word. But she's saying like how hard they are to, you know, open and you know talking about oh well we've had people here it's like cut their fingers real bad. You know, 'cause the shell's sharp.
Well, it looks like somebody wants to come in.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna add her. So I just never tried it, but I could probably do it though. Get one of them oyster knives.
You don't even really need the oyster knife. You can do it
No.
with a screwdriver.
Yeah.
Oyster
Hey,
knife works better.
most people that I know that buy them, they just instead of eating them just on the half shell, you know, they just throw them like on the barbecue grill just till they open up.
Oh yeah, yeah, that too. I don't care how, dude. I'm telling you, if you were to take oysters and you can actually barbecue oysters,
Yeah.
oh my God, put some cheese in them. Oh. Hey
All
girl,
right,
how you doing?
I got another one to add to the call.
Oh,
What are you
okay.
talking to?
Well, you're the only girl in
You're the
here.
only one here at the moment.
Oh, okay. Well, hi. How are you guys doing?
Not bad. You gotta put your thing on mute.
Oh, shit. Sorry. Hold on.
Well, you're the only girl in here.
You're the only one here at the moment.
Oh, okay. Well, hi. How are you guys?
Hello.
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 Oh, see?
Put your thing on mute.
Okay, hold on. Shit. Sorry.
It's hard for me to pay attention to all the chats and all the stuff. So sorry,
Yeah.
it took
I
me a
get
minute
that.
to get you in here.
Cool.
Too many screens to watch at one time.
Yeah, I know that's right.
Yeah, I'm watching this. I have my I have my camera set up on my roof, looking into my neighbor's house. I'm watching that.
Oh, you perv. Kidding.
No, I'm not. It's nothing to do with it. I'm making sure there's no ghosts in their house.
Oh, okay. Oh, damn. So how's everybody's day been?
Not too bad.
Uh, yeah, I woke up at I don't know, 1 o'clock.
I don't know what time I got up, but I woke up at some point. 'Cause
Yeah.
it
Mine's
was
been hectically dealing with people.
it was almost 7 o'clock this morning before I finally went to sleep.
I fell asleep pretty damn hard, actually.
Yeah, I fell asleep sitting on the chair, and then somebody called me.
Yeah.
I don't know what
'Cause-
happened.
Yeah, what happened was she got off her computer and was going to go to her like iPod or whatever, and she went to call me back, and she called the whole group back.
Who did?
Lorraine, she called everybody back last night, but Jade was the only one that actually picked it up. We were hoping everybody was going to be asleep and not pick it up, but but Jade did.
I'm deaf, so yeah, I didn't hear shit.
I had all my sound off and I was in bed.
Yeah, I fell asleep with my headphones on. Just I was looking at something else, and I guess I just dozed off without knowing it.
Oh, fuck, I found out this morning that apparently my boyfriend tried to swing by at 1 o'clock this morning, and I didn't hear shit. Oops. Oh, man.
Hey, remember I said I was going to have those cards made up, paranormal thing?
Right, right.
Well, this is to give you an idea. The guy that's our webmaster for our UFO group, he kind of put together one for himself, and mine will be similar, except I'm not going to have my picture on it like his is, but if I can get it to show up here. Okay, there it is. That's going to be the basic layout. I put it in Skype.
Oh, okay.
But instead of where his picture is there, I'm going to get me a picture of like a ghost. Put on there.
You should put a picture. You should put a picture of me on there.
That's going to be the basic layout. Have my information and stuff, of course, but that's the basis of it.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Vista Print's cheap anyway. $12.50 for 500 cards. I mean, you know, you can't.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that.
No. They've got 3 different packages. Like for $8, you can get 100 cards, and then $9 it's $250, and then for 10 it's the 500. Everybody else was like, "You think we need 500 cards apiece?" I said, "Well, you never know. You go to a conference or a meeting somewhere with a bunch of people, you can go through cards pretty quick." And anytime I go to a grocery store or if I go to a fast food restaurant, anywhere it's got a bulletin board, I always pin my cards up there. Yeah, why not?
That's a really good idea.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's there for.
Well, usually your thing is when you pass out cards.
Yeah.
Depending upon what you're doing, there's actually a formula for it that's out there, and I'll have to find the website. I doubt if I can find it. But depending upon what your job is,
Yeah.
there's a percentage of every card you put out what you get back. I think a lawyer is 1 in 10. Police officer is 1 in 7.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Ghost hunter is like 1 in 500.
Yeah.
You know, it's something crazy like
Yeah.
that.
Another good thing I've told other people to do, and I've done it a couple of times, if you go to a restaurant that's got, like up at the cash register, you know, drop your business card, win a free lunch type deal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, throw them in there, put them anywhere.
Well, those business card drops, a lot of that times that's just so other companies can get your website.
Yeah.
But, you know, what are they going to try to sell you?
Yeah, I'm not worried. But speaking of that, though, we got a bunch of Twitter followers for the Metaphysical Lemonade. I mean, get it like 5 or 6 of them a day. And I would say 75% of them at least are people wanting, you know, their business is to sell you marketing stuff. Market your business or,
Mm-hmm.
you know, that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of that comes through, but I don't pay much attention to it, but I don't follow every single person back. Not those kind.
Well, it's just like the UF group I used to be in recently. The lady who was in charge of that, she's starting to find out that she can make money off of it.
Yeah.
But she's not making. She's not making any money off of
No.
it. What's gonna happen is she's gonna invest a lot of money into the brand name that she's trying to create and end up eating it.
Yeah, our group, I mean, it's small. We average maybe around 20 people a month showing up. Which isn't bad. But
Yeah, well,
not really making any money. Never tried.
she's trying to get everybody, trying to sell everybody in the group a package. It's like,
Yeah.
and this started years ago, but now she's like, you pay $50, you get two
Yeah.
shirts, you get
Yeah.
this, and it's just like, I'm not paying that. I sit up in here for this.
Well, we thought about doing something, maybe putting something online, selling shirts, but then we got to thinking about it. We don't need the money for anything.
Well, what she's trying to do is she's trying to make money for herself.
Yeah, we definitely wouldn't do that. But yeah, the only thing we spend money on is a post office box, and we buy the MUFON journal that comes out, I think, every month or whatever, and donate it to the library.
Now, you could use equipment that you could share with the group. I know a little bit about fundraising in groups because we have to do it too. One thing we do is we put a donation jar out there and we advertise. We find out different papers or even radio stations that are local that'll let us come on for a minute or advertise. Usually we have to advertise a month in advance. And we say they're open to the public and have a donation jar there and have a sign-up sheet so you can let people know, when the next meeting is or send them a little message.
There goes something going to fly by on the screen. There it is.
Or you guys can just pay for a get-together, have a little picnic at the park.
Yeah, because we meet once a month at the library in the meeting room, and then next month is our yearly Sky Watch, because right in our town, I mean, literally the farm we meet at is where the first classic, up close and personal, close encounter with the UFO was. The guy had one land right beside his barn. So we have our Sky Watch there every year, and that's always fun. But yeah,
other people come to that too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we always get a good turnout. Last year,
you could even, you could be selling T-shirts there and stuff.
Yeah, we thought
that I see is okay. That's cool, like that.
But the reason nobody wanted to ever, have the group, like get donations to buy equipment and stuff, nobody wanted to do that, and I can understand their reasoning. They want to make sure that if some point something would ever happen to the group, they'd rather have the equipment be theirs, personal equipment.
Yeah.
Sure.
So what we've decided to do is, we haven't really split it up in any real order, but there's 7 of us on this board, I guess you'd call it, and that's handling all the investigative stuff. So each one of us is going to buy a little bit of the equipment, and we'll just share it.
Yeah.
So
7 people on a board when you've only got 20 people, that's kind of a lot.
Well, we've got probably 200 members. We got members all over the place, but we get about 20 that come every month, and they don't want to.
Sure.
They don't want to get involved in nothing. I mean, they've made that plain.
Well, you need some fresh blood.
They want the fame, but they don't want to get involved.
Well, they just rather come and not even say a word. Some of them just sit there, listen, and leave. But each one of us is handling something different. Like one guy's handling mainly the UFO stuff, and then we got the cryptid guy, and then me with the paranormal. Of course, we're going to help each other.
Yeah.
But
I hope so.
Each of us having our own little thing.
Well, what happened to my group is the lady who is in charge of the group, what she's doing is anytime we went on an investigation, all the footage and all recordings had to go to her.
Yeah.
We weren't allowed to post anything or show anything separate. Huh?
Why?
Because she wanted to be in control.
Yeah.
And
really, somebody should be. Somebody's the leader.
Well, she's the one that supposedly started the group. It really wasn't her.
Yeah.
but she put herself in charge. And what happened was, is people were just like trying to blow it off, and then all of a sudden, what she did is she went and got. And I'm not saying what group it is because I'm not giving her any credit for it, but she went and got the name registered and stuff and everything. And I
How
think,
sneaky.
Yeah.
she went and did this and went and did that, and then it was all her name on everything. And then when
She's in
people,
it for the prestige.
well, that's what that's
Yeah.
what she's wanting to do. She's wanting to put together a book, and she's wanting, she tries to go to everything. And we sat there and seen her do interviews and stuff, and she tries to make it sound like she's done something, and
Yeah.
none of us believe she's told some stories, but it's changed so many times.
Yeah,
And
that's always a red flag.
And what it is somebody comes up with a better story, she'll incorporate
Yeah.
part of that story into hers, and it's just like, what?
Yeah, ours is the same guy that founded it 30 years ago. He's still, never missed a meeting the whole time.
Huh.
And then we got two other guys that I guess you'd say co-founders, because the guy that started ours, he'd been in other things way before this. I mean, ever since like the 60s, he's been involved with NICAP and all the other UFO places that were out there. But none of them would ever tell him if there was any other members, in his immediate area. So he joined MUFON, and they finally told him. So he got in contact with two other guys, which are still been members ever since. And they had the first meeting just basically in his living room, and it just grew from there.
Well, MUFON is kind of almost the same situation. You got to watch MUFON though.
Yeah,
You know that as much as I do.
that's the reason we're doing things the way we are now.
Yeah,
Take
MUFON's
our own
good.
reports, do our own investigation.
Yeah, MUFON's good if you're getting started, but once you get started, break away from them
Yeah,
and don't send them anything.
no. I'll never give another report to him. Not after what I went through with the last investigator.
Yeah, because they'll take your report and they'll keep it.
Oh, well, the woman told me on the phone when I called their main office or whatever that if I submit a report, then I am no longer allowed to make 1 red cent off of the story. Can't publish it, couldn't do nothing. They own it.
Yep.
That's some bullshit.
But that's not even the worst of it. The worst thing is you submit a report and it's gone. It's in the rabbit hole. You'll never get an answer. Because the investigator that I talked to about a month or so ago, when I submitted the last one I'll ever turn in, he told me, he said, I can call you and tell you known or unknown. That is it. He said, if I find out it was a 747 jumbo jet, I can't tell you. He said, you're not the high enough level of person to know. I'm like, well, I saw it. I turned it in. He said, it doesn't matter. And then he talked about a friend of mine who is an investigator, well, kind of inactive now, but he done a couple reports for me over the past year or so, and actually gave me copies of the whole report. And I told this guy, I was like, well, the last investigator gave me everything. Oh, well, he could get reprimanded. I'm like, what are they going to do to him? He's a paid volunteer as it is. I mean, they really can't do nothing to you.
No.
But that was another thing, too, because he got kind of yelled at by MUFON for doing an investigation that they didn't give him. And that was kind of dirty. Because it was just one of them chance things. He went on one and was talking to a guy about whatever he saw. And just out of the blue, the guy's dad shows up and starts rattling on about something he saw. So he's, jotting everything down, submits it in, and they chew him out because that guy didn't go through MUFON first. That's just stupid if you ask me.
Yeah, I would think, they'd be more interested in getting at the truth.
Yeah.
That,
Well, they always talk about, the government hiding secrets. They're just as bad.
if not worse.
Yeah.
Well, their excuse is what they're trying to do is they're saying they're trying to hide stuff
Yeah.
so that they can turn around and put it all out at one time in intervals.
Yeah.
So that
Bullshit.
they can get in a way they're right, in a way I
Yeah.
disagree with it.
But I think if a person submits a report, they got a right to know the outcome of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I was told I was not allowed to know.
And I think they have a right to know what they're going to do with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if they published it in their magazines and stuff like that, they should have to ask permission.
Yeah.
Yeah, the person that found it should get credit.
Because when they put stuff in the journal every month, very rarely will they even put whoever reported it put their name in there.
Well, a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't want their name and stuff.
They don't even give you an option.
Yeah, that's why I've never. That's why I've never done with my story. You know, I've never done. I'll tell it to Bill,
Yeah.
and I'll tell it to like you, but I'll never go to somebody and tell them up front when they're writing it down, doing an interview with it.
Yeah. That's why we're doing it, start doing stuff local, because for one, a lot of people that I have talked to, you know, they're saying the same thing. Well, if I submit all my information, where does it go?
Mm-hmm.
At least locally, you know, it's different. It doesn't go any farther. Now, if they want it to, you know, we could always forward it elsewhere if they want, but, you know, that's mainly just going to be local.
Right.
But it'll be interesting to see how it all ends up going.
Yeah.
We got to put a form together, you know, form to fill out on our website to...
Oh, the Skype message somebody sent me today.
Yeah?
Yes, I read it. The woman who's on right now. Yeah, I read it. I just didn't answer it. But yeah, I know what you were talking about before you sent it. Yeah, you sent me the Skype message about the nudist camp that you belong to.
Huh? Oh, fuck. What?
Yeah. The nudist camp that you go to all the time. And how the founding member wrote a big paragraph about it. And
I can't help but laugh.
well, that's what you sent me was a nudist camp thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
I am not stoned enough for this shit.
I'm sure that'll change before long.
And you sent me all the pictures. I got them.
You holding out, Jade?
Yeah, well, she sent me pictures her, you know, nude milking a llama.
Llama.
Oh, damn. What strain are you smoking?
What is it, a nudist colony on a farm? Taking care of animals?
Yeah, that's what it was. It's like a nudist petting zoo.
No. Oh, God.
A nude version of Green Acres.
Who's helped me?
I'm trying.
I'm kidding.
Can't help it. I'm helpless. You can't help me.
You're beyond help.
Oh, damn. Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm used to you anyway. If that's good or bad, I don't know, but
Oh, damn.
it is
Well,
what it is.
You haven't unfriended me yet, so that's a good sign.
Well, now you're going to keep sending me, you know, nudist camp pictures.
No, seriously, is that what I sent you? Now you got me wondering. What the fuck? Damn.
You have her believing it.
Yeah, no shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay.
Oh boy.
Alright.
No, you sent me the thing about the group that you belong to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, oh, God.
Oh, the nudist group?
The nudist group.
I will admit, for the most part, I'm a nudist. That's why I'm going, what the fuck?
Well, it's funny though, you know, it's just been so long since we've had any new people, you know, coming to sky watches and things. Everybody else kind of knows how everybody is, and we don't really pay much attention to each other.
Yeah.
So, getting some new people, it's kind of fun at times.
Let's mess with the new people.
Well, sure.
That's okay. I don't mind.
And she smokes another bowl.
No wonder the clouds are coming in on the screen.
There she goes. She's blowing clouds on the screen again. No, those are some happy cats.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they are.
I had a guy one time message me after a sky watch because it got real cloudy and you couldn't see much, so I quit. And he was being completely serious. Wanted to know if I could just buy a big fan and like put it on top of my house and blow the clouds away. I was like, that don't work.
Yeah, no.
That would
I
take an
know.
awful big fan.
Well, last night between right about 10 o'clock until what was it, 12 o'clock?
Yeah,
Dude, the action wouldn't stop.
I know it. And then afterwards, it died.
Yeah, right around 12:30, it just slowly faded away.
Yeah,
You were getting all kinds of stuff on the screen.
yeah. I don't know what the deal was there, but it seems to be that way lately. You'll
Yeah,
get a couple hours of a lot of activity, and the rest of the night, nothing.
yeah, because I got about, if I remember correctly, I got about, what was it, 12 meteors? I don't know how many satellites. I forget how many planes.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
Not to mention all the bats.
Yeah, those.
But yeah, you've got 12 good meteors. I mean,
Yeah.
that's not counting little small ones, but you've got 12 good strikers going across.
One of these days, I need to take some of the sky watches and cut out some of the sections where a lot of meteors are and put like a compilation thing together.
Oh, there you go.
That'd be cool.
That's
Yeah.
a pain in the ass, but yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be cool.
Just
Well, you
so,
can fast forward it and watch it.
yeah, but even watching it in 3 times the speed, some of these sky watches are 8 and 9 hours. That's pretty long.
True.
Yeah.
But I know some of the ones from last year during some of the meteor showers are a lot more active, so it'd be easier to split
Yeah,
up.
I thought about setting up a camera. The only problem is I got a road right out front.
Yeah.
And car lights will be coming by.
Yeah.
But
I'm riding town myself in the backyard doing this.
yeah, I can probably do it in the backyard.
As long as you put the camera up at a high enough angle,
Mm-hmm.
then lights really don't bother it too much.
Okay.
That's why I'm pointed northeast, but it's at least probably a 70-degree angle or more. Almost straight up sometimes. If I try to go too close to the horizon, it's too bright.
Yeah. See, I'm looking at the weather channel. I got clear weather all week
Yeah.
here.
It's kind of cloudy right now over there.
Yeah, I'm hoping it'll clear up. I don't know. It should.
Yeah. What time?
We'll
is it
find
over
out.
Yeah, it's supposed to clear up.
What time is it over there?
10, 13.
Oh, okay.
And you're where?
I'm in Seattle.
No.
I'm in Ohio.
That's what I thought. It's 10:13 in Ohio.
Yeah.
I thought you were on a different.
East Coast.
Yeah, I didn't know you were on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess in Indiana, it changes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hell, you're not that far from me. We're at in Ohio, north or east or south?
Central. Right in the middle.
Columbia?
Ohio.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm, well, if you find Columbus on the map, I'm the county directly south of it. Pickaway County.
Grove? No.
Go to one of the maps and type my zip code in. That's what's at the end of my YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
43113.
Oh, okay, so I see where you're at. Let me see. You are...
The only thing we're noted for here is the pumpkin show and, well, heroin. We got enough of that. Man, there's a lot of clouds now.
You're about 300 miles, give or take.
Yeah. That's what makes it confusing with this camera, though, depending on where I have it pointed, what angle and all that. Sometimes the objects might actually be going in a different direction than what they appear on the camera.
Yeah.
But a lot of military planes, though. If you look those up on the flight radar, of course, they don't show up. But all the other regular planes will.
I'm watching the thing they got on the background about Stalin.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Stalin, Apocalyptic Stalin is what it's called.
Epoxy clips.
Apocalyptic Stalin. Yeah. Right now they're in the process of burning all religious items.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is bad.
Where's that at? Russia?
Oh, not right now, but this is during World War II. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They're showing this thing on Yahoo. There was a car show in Virginia, and this guy's got a Mercedes. It's I don't know what year. It's an older one. Looks okay, but he was driving it and he backed over a $300,000 Ferrari.
Was the Mercedes okay?
It's sitting on top the hood of the Ferrari.
Well, maybe you ought to sell it in a pair.
Yeah.
This up the value of the Ferrari. I've never been a big Ferrari fan.
I'm not crazy about them.
I'm not crazy about a car that costs more than my house. It's just
Same here. I'd rather have another house.
yeah.
Well, those kind of people got enough houses they could probably have one for every day of the month.
They probably have one for every Ferrari.
Yeah.
Now Lamborghini, I like that body style and everything, but the Porsche, I never cared for those.
I like the older Porsches. I don't like the newer ones.
But Ferrari's the hottest thing out there, though, as far as collectability. They sold one, I think it was last year, at auction for like $58 million.
Jeez.
It was the highest price ever paid for a car.
Mm.
Jay Leno's got some cool cars, though.
Yeah. I never understood how Jay Leno got popular. I watched
I don't know.
a movie about him, and it was kind of interesting how they try to take him over.
Yeah.
And supposedly he fought back, but I just never understood it. Then
But-
again, there's a couple of people I don't understand how they got.
Yeah. At least he drives his cars, though.
Oh yeah, he was always in the cars though. I
Yeah.
mean,
He just
really
got in a
was.
bad wreck in the car. He's all right, but
Yeah, he flipped. He was in a demo and they flipped it or something in him.
it was that old drag car, Oldsmobile, with the glass bottom,
Mm-hmm.
and they rolled it. The owner was driving, but
Mm-hmm.
I saw it on TV. And he had this other guy on his show. The guy was a pilot, and he had a World War II era, one of the P-51 Mustang planes. So he
Right.
took Jay Leno up for a flight and everything, and then he says, "I'll take you for a ride." Now, Leno had a car that had the same motor in it that plane had,
Yeah.
and they were driving around. Pretty neat.
Yeah. He definitely made money. Oprah Winfrey's another one I never understood how she got.
She got her money, I heard, from, what was it, one of them Weight Watcher type things? She was a spokesmodel or something at one time, lost a bunch of weight.
You know,
And just
how
went
she
from
got
there.
it, how she got here in Maryland, how she got started. I remember when she got started. I didn't think she was that good. It was just like, just another woman blabbing. But apparently, I don't understand women. So,
I don't like either one of them.
Nah.
Jay Leno, I like. I
I
like him
can
better
take
than
him or
all the
leave
other
him.
late night shows.
It take him or leave him.
I don't. They must be terrible. I don't hardly watch TV anymore, but I like Letterman
Letterman
before. Yeah.
before. What do you mean?
I mean, when he was doing it all the time.
Oh, yeah.
I never really watched the late night shows.
Very
That's just like-
rarely.
Now I remember as a kid I used to watch Saturday Night Live, but that just got terrible.
It did.
Got really bad.
I usually watch maybe bits and pieces of some of them shows late at night, but never really sit through the whole thing.
Well, what happened Saturday Night Live they chose sides politically,
Yeah.
and it's just like, okay.
Yeah, instead of making fun of everybody like they used to.
Yeah, because they caught some, static, I guess, earlier this year for letting Trump be on the show. Because,
Who cares?
well,
I
it
know.
wasn't that. It's that the other people, politically were saying that was giving him free campaign advertisement, so they had to go back and say, all right, if anybody else wants to come on our show, you can. Nobody did, but...
Yeah, but I mean, how many times did Hillary and Bill Clinton
yeah.
and Obama been on that show?
Yeah.
You know?
They claimed they really didn't have him on there for, to help him politically. They just put him on there, ratings.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw it. It was funny.
Yeah.
But anyway, so let me see. What else we got going on? We got clouds.
Yeah, we got
lots
plenty
of
of
clouds.
those. Plenty of those. They might clear out eventually.
If she stops smoking.
Well, that's not going to happen.
I mean, look, release. Breathe. There you go. See, I mean, look at that. Look at that. All the clouds just blew across the screen.
Hey, and I haven't even added the hash to it yet. I'm saving that for later.
Man, I went to the store earlier today, man. I bought some damn Klondike bars.
I was too lazy to go to the store, but I wanted to, and then Tana kept posting ice cream pictures and tormenting me.
Oh, God, yeah.
I bought the Reese cup versions.
Mmm.
They're still.
Well, I did make a pineapple upside down cake.
That's always good.
Yeah, see, I don't get into sweets. I don't like ice cream. I never did. I never liked cake and chocolate. Just never got into it.
I don't eat it very often.
What is wrong with you?
Really?
Just when I was growing up, my grandmother owned like 10 catering trucks at one time that went out to the job sites, big silver roach coaches.
Yeah.
And so as a kid, I could have chocolate and Coke and soda anytime I wanted. I didn't have to go to the store. I just went outside and opened up one of the trucks and got it. And I think like one summer I just OD'd on chocolate and sweets and cupcakes and everything. And then after that I just decided, ew, I don't like this shit because I can get it all the time. Just like, why have it if I can have it?
Yeah. My grandpa always told me back in the 40s he used to work for a bakery here in town. Well, the bakery's still there, but it's different owners now. But he said when he worked there for the first week, you could eat anything you wanted in that bakery. All the pies, cakes, donuts, whatever. You couldn't take nothing home, but while you was there, eat anything you want. He said before the week was up, he was so sick of that stuff, he didn't touch nothing there for the rest of the time he worked there. He said that's how they would, prevent people from...
Overdoing it.
Yeah, overdoing it and taking a lot of stuff because they knew you would pig out on it, and then you'd get burnt out on it and wouldn't fool with it.
Yeah.
So that's a good idea, good way to handle things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just like when I used to run a bunch of Domino's pizza stores.
Yeah.
And I hated, they're like, come in there, hey, can I make you a pie? I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Right.
And I would go eat it in Subway or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that or I'd bring my own stuff and run it through the oven, make my own version of something. And you're like, what are you doing? I'm like, well, I can make my own version.
I remember when I worked at Burger King as a teenager, we had a manager there. I forget her name, but man, that woman was big. She had to walk sideways to get through the door, literally. And all she would do the whole time we were there working, she'd be back in the little walk-in cooler eating them little slices and them Hershey pies and all that. She ate more than we sold.
Yeah.
Man, that woman was something else. She couldn't get through that door to get back to the back part of the store.
I remember as a kid, they were selling our high school, not high school, I think middle school, whatever it was selling cookies.
Yeah.
And I remember our neighbor kid, man, he went home and him and his brother they ate. I think they gave you 20 boxes or something to start off with.
Yeah.
Or it was a kid of 24 boxes. Yeah, it was cookies of some kind. Man, they opened, in one day, him and his brother opened and ate all. His mother was mad. I can't afford to pay for all the $1.50 a piece.
Yeah. When I was in Boy Scouts, we was doing fundraisers selling them boxes of M&Ms for $1.
Mm-hmm.
I sold more of those. I bet I made at least $400 in 2 days. Mostly off of 2 houses on my street. I went to the one house and I knocked on the door and I'd sold a few here and there. But woman was throwing a birthday party for her grandson, and nobody brought anything to give the little kids to munch on. So she bought like $150 worth of M&Ms. Then I went home and got some more that I had, and I was walking around the neighborhood, and behind the house there was a little street there, and I was up on it and knocked on the door. I knew I was going to make money as soon as the woman would come to the door. She had a real long, like a nightshirt on, and it says on it in big letters, "I have PMS and I need chocolate." She bought a case and a half worth of M&Ms and gave me a half the money as a deposit for me to go get another case and bring them back to her, which I did. I just couldn't. As soon as I saw that shirt, I said, I know I can make some money here.
Heck, I think when I was young, I didn't know what the hell PMS was.
Oh shit! I always defined it as putting up with men's shit.
There you go.
Well, I didn't know all the details at the time, but I knew enough. Yeah, that was just easy money.
Oh, man. Let me see here. I got work Tuesday, Friday. In case you girls didn't know, I drive a school bus.
Oh, that's
And,
cool.
Yeah, school bus, blacksmith, and a NRA instructor.
Nice.
Wow.
And
That's impressive.
Yeah, you jack of all trades, master of none, as they say.
well,
That's not a bad thing.
I'm a master driver.
Oh,
I guess I'm a master shooter. I can shoot pretty darn good.
That's the main thing.
Blacksmith, I'll be learning that for all my life.
And no matter what,
That's a good skill. Not many people do that.
That makes you somewhat of a Renaissance man.
That's it.
You know what? I agree with you. I am a Renaissance
no
man.
matter what a person gets into, though, you'd never be a complete master at anything. People just
You can get pretty close.
you
It
can get
depends.
good,
Well, we're blessed in this county that we have 8 master blacksmiths that live here.
Wow.
And even they are considered as master blacksmiths,
Yeah.
although they themselves will sit there unless an argument comes up that all of a sudden they'll claim
Yeah.
it. But no, they know their trade, but they've been doing their trade
Yeah.
for well over 30 years each. All of them. I've been doing it now for eight years.
But I've heard people in different trades that'll say stuff like, well, I know everything about it, and there's nothing in the world I could ever learn now. Well, I don't
Even
always agree with
professional bakers say that it takes them 50 years to really be an expert. That's
Yeah.
what they always used to say.
that. People
Yeah.
that claim they've learned everything and know it all, they just get complacent and don't want to learn anything else.
Yeah.
There's probably always something to learn.
Yeah,
but
that's what I mean. There's always
you
something.
probably pretty well mastered it after 50 years, if you
Yeah.
live that long.
Yeah, but every now and then I've seen, like, even bakers, like you said, there's some here in town that have done it for probably that long. And you talk to them, and every once in a while they say they'll still pick up some little trick. They might know how to do it, but they might find a different way to do it that might be a tad bit easier or whatever.
Yep.
Well, I've been a man now for 46 years, and I'm still learning.
No comment.
Yeah. I have a long day tomorrow, and then I have a meeting the 12th that night. I have to learn how to suture, how
Yeah.
to do stitches.
Oh, I know how to do stitches.
Well, I don't, but I'm gonna.
I know how to do one stitch,
I know how
and
to take it out.
I learned how to do that on myself.
Yeah.
I still remember
That's what this is for, mostly.
the guy in, I think it was New York, that got sued. He was a surgeon, and woman had an operation. It was some kind of a liver thing. I don't know what it all was, but anyway, it went fine. She survived. Everything's great. Well, she sued the doctor because when he stitched her up, he done his name. He signed his work. So she had a scar of his name.
Oh, wow.
He said it was the most perfect surgery he had ever done like that. It just went so well that he was proud of his work and thought he'd sign it.
That's going a little too far.
So they ended up, I guess, in some, I don't know if it was just because of that, but I guess there's other reasons, things going on. But in some of the hospitals now, I guess all over, if you're getting operated on, you can request a DVD of your operation.
No, thank
Yeah,
you.
But the doctors don't know if they're being recorded. It's to make sure that they're not doing anything crazy while you're in the operating room, because people's been messed with and all this crazy stuff.
Well,
So if you got any suspicion,
when I had my nose operated on, I asked when I woke up, I asked, what was the weird, was there music or something? Was there a ballroom dancing? And apparently in the operation room, when they were doing my nose, they had like old band music
yeah,
playing in there. And he just like looked at me like, you were able to hear? I said, it was like in the background. I says, I didn't realize until after I woke up until just now. I was like, wait a minute, I kept hearing music. And he thought that was in there. He says, yeah, we play music in there. You know, not loud, but
yeah.
I said, oh, okay.
Yeah, I've heard some like weird stories and stuff. Some of the hospitals, even around here, people saying, like that have woken up during open heart surgery,
Oh, yeah.
but
yeah,
yet they can't move or do anything.
Mm-hmm.
That would be weird. Especially when they say they can feel everything. Feel, hear, the whole deal. They're just paralyzed. I don't know
that'd
how.
be scary.
I couldn't handle that. But what can you do, though? I mean,
Not a damn thing.
that's the thing. You say, you might say you couldn't handle it, but you really don't have any choice.
Man, I woke up in sex one time.
Yeah. Uh,
I'm sure she appreciated that.
I don't even remember her name anymore.
oh, damn.
I don't think I knew her name.
It's one of them, hey, you. I was listening to one of them comedians, Jeff Foxworthy, or one of them. He was talking about that. If your sex life gets boring, like, the phone rings and you both try to answer it. That kind of thing. Or move your head, I can't see the TV.
Yeah, it's Jeff Foxworthy.
Yeah, and he was making the comment about, well, let's see if I remember how it went. Oh, they say it's not the size that matters, it's the motion in the ocean. He said, that may be true, but it takes a long time to get to England in a rowboat.
Oh, man. I tell you what, man, I might go in there in a minute and get me another piece of that cantaloupe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing was just good.
What's the season for them, isn't it?
I'm assuming so.
If they're cheap, they're usually in season. That's how you tell. They're
Yeah,
expensive, they're not as good.
Oh, this one was $1.59. I remember ringing it up.
It's pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I was telling Jade earlier when he was mentioning the cantaloupe. That's, I never even realized it, but none of us, I guess, unless you've been overseas, have ever seen really a real cantaloupe. They even had one of the chefs on TV said he couldn't even get one for the show because they don't transport well at all.
Huh.
Now, if you're over in France and stuff, that's where a lot of them are grown, but they wouldn't make the trip over here. So he said if you could get one, it would cost you at least $100, maybe more.
Right.
What's the difference between what they get and what we get?
It's smooth.
Yeah.
You could probably type it in. It's smoother. My wife might know. I can ask her.
Yeah, I don't know what the difference in flavor would be.
Yeah.
Let's see. I found a website here. It might, some food website.
That's why you should
Yeah.
grow your own things, because very few things transport well. They have like a couple kinds of carrots and all that in the store.
Yeah, I got a picture of one here. Of a real one. I'll put it in. Alright, there it is. That's a real one.
Yeah, I've seen
Not the muskmelons that we have in the States.
Yeah, I can't think of what the name of it is either, because when I had it, it was a
But
melon
that's a
ball.
picture of one, Jade.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Oh, wow. I see what you mean by smooth. So
Hmm.
what's the difference in the flavor?
More subtle, it says, and the ones that we get here, easier to grow and have a stronger taste.
Oh, see, that's what I like about it.
What's the name of it?
That's just a cantaloupe. That's the real name. What we
Oh, just
got
a
here is
cantaloupe?
what we have here is the muskmelon. They just
Muskmelon.
call them cantaloupe. It
Actually,
says
I
if you
think
want a real European cantaloupe, you're either going to have to hunt for a local farmer or find them in Europe or Mediterranean countries.
I think I've seen him here in Seattle at Pike's Market.
It's possible if there's somebody that's locally growing them,
Yeah,
but they just for whatever reason don't travel.
They probably grow them in the valley, just like here.
yeah.
But I never knew it though until I was watching that show on Food Network the other night.
Well, now you got me curious. I'm gonna have to go get one.
Clouds are gone. You can see the sky again.
About time.
Oh, well.
She must have put her pipe down.
Uh, Actually, I've got a friend of mine who just hit me up on Facebook. She wants
Yeah.
to come up for a little bit to hang out. Um,
Well, bring her up, put her on.
oh no, she wouldn't go for that.
I see somebody in the chat room.
Yeah, I do too now.
ah,
It's just hard for me to pay attention to everything at one time. That's why I'm glad there are some other people here to, if you see somebody say something somewhere,
yeah, exactly.
because I'm watching it on my TV, and then I got both monitors here have got stuff on it.
Yeah, you got one little cloud sneaking in.
How long are you guys gonna be out tonight? Are you gonna be on Skype for a while?
Yeah,
Cool, because I'll probably have to get offline long enough to hang out with my friend for a little bit at least.
all right.
But when I come back,
Yeah, just send me a message whenever you get back, and I'll call you back.
Yeah, I'll have to go to bed early, so they'll need you.
Yeah, so is that one of the friends from the nudist colony you were sending me?
no.
That was the girl on the left of the picture, on the left side.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're killing me.
But yeah, just like I say, send me a message.
Okay, cool. I'm sending her a message right now, letting her know
All right.
it's okay to come on up. So, hold on.
All right. I'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta go do something.
All right. Don't go pee in a neighbor's pool or nothing. My neighbors used to have a swimming pool. And if they would have
Those are
ever,
hard to keep clean.
well, I was just a kid at the time, and right outside my bedroom window, I could see their pool. They had a privacy fence, but I could still see the pool. And her daughters and all of them used to party out there all the time. And they are annoying. Get on your nerves. I used to just throw stuff in their pool all the time. Anything I could find. I didn't care what it was. And I laughed so hard one night. There was probably, man, I don't know, must have been 8 or 9 people over there. And the whole time I was throwing pizza crust in their yard. I was eating pizza that I bought. And after a while, I heard somebody scream when they got out of the pool. I had tracked it must have been half a dozen raccoons. And a girl about stepped on one when she got out of the pool.
Ew.
Because it was eating the pizza. I started laughing. You get all kinds of critters around here, though. Possums.
Yeah, I remember the possums from the Midwest. We don't get that many. They do in the valley get some, but we don't get that many out here anymore.
Groundhogs.
Yeah.
Everything. Everybody would always ask me, why do they spell the possum's name with an O first? I said, well, because every time you see one, the first thing you say is, oh, a possum.
For sure.
We get
I
a
miss
bunch of
fireflies, though.
them. Yeah.
Fireflies and monarch butterflies, we don't have those.
Monarchs are just about extinct.
Really?
Yeah, they're on the endangered list.
I'll be
They're
darned.
pretty well gone. They said I saw this on the news not long ago. They said they estimate there's less than 100,000 of them in the whole United States
Wow.
because of all the developing has killed off all the milkweed. That's all they eat.
Oh yeah, I know.
So they were telling people if you can get the milkweed to grow in your area, your yard or whatever, to
Well,
grow it.
milkweed used to grow in the cornfields in Indiana.
Yeah. You don't see it here much at all anymore. Used to.
Huh.
I like watching the hummingbirds though. You get them.
Yeah, we don't have I miss the bluebirds. We probably have some, but not many. And cardinals are really rare here.
I've hand fed the hummingbirds. That's fun.
Mm-hmm.
They got a state park. It's about an hour or so from here, and they have probably 100 feeders they keep out in the mornings and afternoon. They take them all in, and then they'll give you a little test tube you can hold in your hand, full of the sugar water, and you can hold it, and they'll come and sit on your hand and drink the water.
Huh.
Or if I'm sitting on the porch, I've had it happen to be drinking like lemonade or something, set the glass down, and one will land and drink out of the glass.
Well, I've had them. I'm always afraid they'll get in my hair, but I've had them come right up to my face, and
Yeah.
I held still, but
Yeah.
it flew right at me like it was gonna stab me in the eyes. So they freaked me out a little.
Then we got a hawk that's been in the neighborhood for a few years. He's fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
I can get right up to him. I can get close enough, to reach out and touch him. He's just
That's nice.
practically tame. He doesn't bother nothing. He'll sit on top of my dad's truck, but he always makes sure he sits in a way that his talons never scratch it. And every now and then he'll grab a bird and take. If he grabs a bird though, he'll usually come back. But sometimes he'll grab a squirrel. Then you won't see him for a couple of days.
We have a red-tailed hawk, and we do have an eagle,
Yeah, we've got a couple
live,
of bald eagles, not too far.
kind of next to a slough, and there's a bunch of flat land between us and it, and so there's lots of birds. Like whole flocks of geese will come here, and
If I go down to the river, sometimes I can see the bald eagles.
nice.
There's 3 or 4 of them down there. And then if I go to the lake, just outside of town, they got about close to a dozen eagles out there, but they're fish eagles. They're all brown.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll dive down and they'll smack the water, sound like a gun going off, and they'll bring up a big old bass or something.
These are bald eagles, and there's like a family, like 2 adults and a baby. There was last year. I'm not sure this year what's
That's a
happened.
big bird. People that's never seen them don't realize how big they are.
They are big.
First one I ever seen when I was a teenager, me and a friend of mine was bow hunting. We was leaving, and we spotted something way off, and he had his crossbow, so I, shot the arrow off, and I looked through the scope at it so I could see it better. Man, that thing's big. A lot bigger than I thought.
Yep, their wingspan's probably as tall as you are.
Yeah. So, yeah, we got mostly hawks around here, though. But a hawk can kill a deer, though.
Can it?
Mm-hmm. I've seen videos from around the state and stuff where people's actually caught it on film. It's pretty neat. Yeah, because they can. The falcons, they're flying, close to 200 miles an hour, and they'll just take their talons and just grab the neck of that deer and just rip it right out and keep on going. And that deer's dead. Then they'll go back and eat it. Eagles will just knock stuff off cliffs. I saw that on a nature show. And like mountain goats and all that. There was a guy, that was last hunting season, and he was in Colorado or somewhere out in there. And he was hunting them mountain goats or rams, whatever. And he got killed. The ram actually killed him. But it was the guy's fault, though, because the ram was probably, I think they said maybe 40 foot above him on another cliff. So the guy steps back and takes a shot, and the ram got hit. But then it ran off the cliff and landed on the guy. Killed him. They found a ram dead on top of him. The guy still got his rifle in his hand.
They went down together, huh?
That's bad luck. Funniest one I heard, though, was the guy last year shot that trophy elk, and he was in a new area that he had never hunted. Seen this big elk on a rock, and he shot it and was all happy, and he had already started texting his wife and all this stuff, and he walks up and finds out that, yeah, he just shot an elk that was in the zoo. And the zoo was open at the time, packed with people. But from where he was at, though, he didn't know it was a zoo. It was just because of the different elevation of the land, and there was a tree line there. He just happened to see this big elk up on a rock, so he shot it. I mean, it
Where
was
was
a good
this
shot,
at?
clean kill, the whole deal. But I don't know what they ever did to the guy. But
Where was it at?
I can't remember exactly. I know it was out west. But yeah,
Was it someplace where there was actually elk in the area?
yeah, elk. I mean, it was elk season.
Uh,
I mean, the guy had all the tags, legal, and everything. He just wasn't. He was from that state, but not that area, so he didn't know there was a zoo there. He said, and from the way they showed some pictures, I mean, you could tell that, you wouldn't know
yeah.
just because of the way the trees were and with that big rock they had in the elk's enclosure that it was standing on. The guy didn't know.
That's too funny.
But
You
yeah,
got a great big cloud on your screen now, and it was flashing. Overexposure.
yeah. Yeah, it's all cloud now except for that one little hole in it.
Yeah, it'll clear up eventually.
Yeah.
It will. It's already going away. It's a big, thick cloud, though.
Yeah. It doesn't take much to overexpose that camera, though. Not as much as it magnifies the light.
I'm trying to look for a new flash for mine, but I can't decide because I'm not smart enough.
I'm not too good with cameras and stuff myself, really. This one here, I mean, there isn't really anything to it, but point it where you want it and turn it on.
Well, you can do that with mine, but if you want to get a good picture, you want to learn how to do things.
Yeah.
Light is everything.
Oh, yeah.
And so I need a back flash, and I want to get a decent one, and I want to get one that, has the different diffusers on it, so
Yeah.
you can flip it down and it diffuses it, and
Yeah.
things like that. There's also, they've got them so that you can pop them up and turn them toward the ceiling or to a wall
Right.
next to you, so the light bounces off, and it makes a different picture. So if you're, for instance, taking pictures of people, and you want to make sure they turn out good, you can try a couple different lighting
Yeah.
techniques, and it makes it look a lot different.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, this one here, I mean, it's just, like I said, really, there's no settings really on this one at all, other than the gain. I can turn up and down, and just by turning the front lens, I can focus it, but that's all it's on this one, so it's pretty foolproof. Other than I can change the color, I can make it either black and white like it is, or green, or blue, or red. I used to use green in the beginning, but once I started playing around with the black and white, I thought it looked better. The blue and the red, I don't know what their purpose is. They look horrible every time I've tried it, no matter where I've been. So I don't know what the reason for that is. It's got an infrared light on it too, but I never use it.
Oh, yeah, it's not going to do you any good.
No.
Scott.
But you can see it too, though, when you turn it on.
Well, my camera's much smarter than I am, but I will learn to use it better.
Yeah, I just lucked out and got a deal on this one. I couldn't have afforded it at full price. It's $800 brand new. Well, mine was new, but it was an eBay deal. Now they're running about $500 on there. I only paid $2. They got a new version out though, but it's basically the same thing, except it'll take an SD card and you can use it and actually take pictures of what, like if you're looking at animals at night or whatever.
Well, regular cameras you have to be careful with. I kind of talked to this. I've got friends that are photojournalists, and they said what you don't want to do is buy one from a photojournalist because they take a lot of pictures and they have a life of like 10,000 clicks or something, something like that. And then they start to have problems, parts will break and things.
Yeah.
So they said if you buy it from just a regular camera person, they probably haven't taken that many. But if you buy it from somebody who's a photojournalist, it's probably used up.
I had a really good, really super high-speed camera at one time, and I lent it to my sister in high school. She was doing photography, and she left it at a park.
Oh.
Oh my God.
And to replace it was around $1,500.
Yeah. They're-
And I just ate that one, and lesson learned.
Yeah, what else can you do?
Don't lend out your camera. Nope, I wouldn't.
Nope.
Yep.
They got a dumb law here, and I don't know how it's even, legal, but my uncle, it's been a few months back, he bought a boat and had a troll motor on it and everything. He was going out to the lake. Well, the roads around here are horrible, and so are the railroad tracks, and he went over, and the motor, because he still had it on the back of his boat, fell off. Just a little troll motor, but before he could get stopped to go back and get it, somebody picked it up and kept it. Well, he found it at the pawn shop a few days later. And by law, and I checked this, legit, the pawn shop does not have to give it back to you unless you buy it. And he had a cop go with him. He said, now, you don't have to pay the pawn shop what they're asking for it. You have to pay them what they paid for it, like reimburse them. And I don't think that's right, because they bought stolen property.
That's right. If you had bought stolen property, you'd be in jail, whether you
Exactly.
knew it or not.
Yeah. That's why the cops here always tell you if you buy something off somebody, whether you think it's stolen or not, have them write you a receipt. If they write you a receipt, then you're fine. Now, you might lose the item, if it is stolen, but you won't go to jail.
Right.
And
Yeah,
if a
that's
person won't
stupid,
write
though.
you a receipt, then you know something.
That's having to prove that you're innocent.
Yeah.
And they can't really prove you're guilty just because you have it,
But there's been so many people I've seen buying, like riding tractors and stuff, and they're hot, but they got a receipt, at least it'll keep them out of jail. It just amazes me, these guys, that when you know it's stolen and that they're still willing to write you a receipt.
Wow.
I'm like, people are dumb.
Well, they probably just put anybody's name on it. It's probably not their name.
Well, most of the time, I'd say 99% of the time, most of the people know the people they're buying stuff off of.
Ah.
So, you would definitely be able to tell.
Well, what they do here is you got to take a copy of the driver's license.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
Pawn shops, yeah. That might be if it's over a certain amount or something, though. I'm not sure how that works.
I think so. If it's over a certain dollar value, yeah.
Pawn shops here aren't any good. They're as much as full price.
Right.
Yeah, they're rip-offs here, too.
Yeah, well, the pawn shops, like I said before, I worked with pawn shops for a while. Basically, what they're doing is they're making all their money off of eBay. A lot of times when you buy stuff off of eBay, you're getting it from a pawn shop.
Because I know the pawn shop here in town, they buy a lot of stolen stuff because you can call them and they've already got a automated voice thing. It'll say, we're in court again today. We'll be open tomorrow. They're getting busted all the time. But now they're selling firearms. But the guns that he has there, I can buy them brand new sometimes for $100 cheaper.
Yeah, same here.
And it's just, and they're nothing special. They're just run-of-the-mill common things. It's way overpriced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right now I'm watching, got Riddick on in the background.
The only thing I bought...
I like that show.
The only thing I bought from the pawn shop was a sterling silver chain around my neck. I bought it from him.
Oh, I used to buy stuff all the time. There was a time when you were getting good deals.
Yeah.
But lately, the pawn shops, they changed their strategy. And like I said, if it comes in, the stuff they got out front is just junk they're trying to get rid of.
Yeah.
And the other stuff is on eBay.
Yeah, when I bought it, I was their very first customer when they first opened a few years ago, and I got the chain for I think $5 under melt value. Only paid $20 for it. And it's about 1.5 ounces.
Oh, there you go.
And he only sold it to me that way, he said, because he wanted to make his first sale. He had bought stuff, but never sold nothing because he just opened.
Uh-huh.
I think he had like $40 on it. And I said, nope, I'll give you 20 and that's it. And he took it. And I've wore it ever since.
There you go.
I just take it up to the jewelry store once in a while and have them clean it. They do all that stuff for free. I thought I really messed it up once. I was going to try to clean it, and I was like, I wonder what peroxide will do. That's a mistake. Turned it jet black.
Yeah, peroxide.
And
Well,
you
they
can't
used to
hardly
use silver The Chinese did for on their chopsticks and stuff because if it turns a different color,
Yeah.
it means there's poison.
Yeah. Well,
And
that's how all, like back in the Middle Ages, all the kings and stuff. That's how they were able to not get sick from like the food they ate and stuff. Because all the silverware and plates, everything's silver, and that's antibacterial.
yep.
True.
So they was able to. But I was reading a thing not too long ago about that, and I guess I don't know what time period, but at one time when aluminum was first becoming like popular, that's what all the kings wanted. So they threw all their silver in the trash. That was for the peasants, the poor people. They wanted aluminum because it was a new thing. But times sure have changed. Silver's used in everything though.
Oh yeah, it's yeah.
It's in your car windshield. Everything.
Yeah, I think there's you keep hearing all these things about China's buying this up. Yeah, but China's also producing everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're going to have to buy silver if they're going to be producing in their factories and stuff.
Well, what concerns me is when they're buying up land.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm not too worried about that because if push comes to shove, they got to come over here and enforce it.
They own a lot of land up around Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah.
There's a lot of land in Oregon and Washington they own too, and Alaska. And there's a lot of countries like Mexico that do not really allow people from out of the country to own land.
The one people don't like is when the story broke a few years ago that China's buying water out of Lake Erie.
Mm-hmm.
They said it's equal to 4 of them super oil tankers, which is the largest thing on the water anywhere. 4 of those a day.
Jeez.
Because their stuff over there is so polluted.
Well, it's just like in Mexico. If you get caught protesting or any kind of government situation over there and you're a foreigner,
Yeah.
it's automatic 6 months in jail.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can't, all these people that are protesting here, I'm like, wait a minute, go back to your own country and protest there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that gets me about all the, immigrants or whatever coming here.
I don't mind the immigrants, it's the illegals.
Well, all of them. The biggest problem I have
Right now,
is,
we've had so many people in, I just assume close the borders to everybody for a while.
The problem I have is these people hate their homeland, so bad. They want to come over here. But the first thing they try to do is to make this place the same as what they just left. If you like your homeland so well, stay there.
Kind of like Californians.
They need to just have that big earthquake and they break off and just float away.
No, I don't want that.
That whole state is just...
It's all the political, and it's a very small... See, the thing is, it's a very small group of people. The same thing with voters. It's a very small group of people that vote.
Well, the primary elections they had this year, the people were not allowed to vote.
Well, yeah, that. Well, we're talking overall for the presidential vote.
Yeah.
It's what? Maybe 2 million people, 3 million people that are voting. It's something ridiculous.
I know a guy that lives out there, and he said that they had some kind of an error with the voting system where it wasn't recognizing the voters. So they said that they weren't allowed to vote, and there was, I forget how many he said, there was a handful of corporations that got to do the primary voting.
Yeah. Well,
But what do people expect? I mean, there's not very many of them out there that are trying to do anything about it. You can't just sit back and just complain.
That's why they're afraid of Trump. Trump wants to do something about all that stuff.
Exactly. Not going to be the status quo as it's been.
He's the only one that's even talking about it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, the rest are scared to talk about it.
Well, when they do talk about it, they're like, well, we're still going to let it happen. We just want a few more controls. No, we need more than a little more control.
Well,
but they're pretty much for open borders.
All you need, for voting, all I want to see is a receipt. Give me a receipt what I voted for.
Yeah, I've always said that. Because if the election's rigged, you got no way to prove how you voted.
Right. Have a coded receipt
Yes.
that I can take down. I can scan it and see where my vote went. Double check it.
Yep.
And that'll be done with that horseshit.
Yeah, I agree.
I think if you want to control the politics a little bit better, there's a simple thing we can put in. Anytime that the House or Congress is in session, very simple. Delegates are not allowed to have what's the word I'm looking for? The
Lobbyists?
lobbyists are not allowed to talk to any of the
Yeah.
Congress. When the Congress is in session, lobbyists cannot talk to them.
I think we just need to do away with lobbyists.
No, I don't mind lobbyists. I do right now. They're out of control. But just that anytime a lobbyist talks to a congressman, it has to be recorded and everything else has to be on record.
You know, a lot of lobbyists, the ones that aren't for big business, and I'll tell you, most marijuana activists, like 99% of them are actually lobbyists. They're not activists at all. They have money into it and they will lie about it and everything else. But I'm here to tell you, most of them are going to benefit from that regulation, and that's why they're pushing for it. But
oh yeah.
And then our tax dollars pays for a lot of lobbying. I mean, if you pay a union, most of that money's going to lobby for things and people you don't even want, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a fan of a lot of unions. My mom went through a bad ordeal with the unions at her old job.
Yeah, unions are weak, and they just used all our money poorly and charged people up the butt and then didn't do anything for them.
Well, they were doing stuff totally illegal. There was two women, their mom and this other lady, that were against the union. Well, the one woman gets off work about 11 o'clock at night and gets home, opens her front door, union rep sitting on her couch. He let himself in.
That's an issue right there.
And Mom spoke up about it, and she got off work the following night, and her windshield was shot out of her car. And where the two bullet holes would have been point blank between her eyes if she had been in the driver's seat.
Well,
they started out like thugs too.
Yeah.
Well, they still are to a degree.
But nobody else got any static from them because they was all in agreement. But.
Well, that's when you shoot a couple of them.
Yeah.
But no, I worked for a union company once, and I basically was let go because I couldn't understand. Every time they brought up, like, how does that benefit me? That doesn't benefit me at all.
Yeah.
You know, they wanted me to work, what was it, they wanted you to work 40 hours, but your first hour on overtime went back to the company, was a freebie.
Yeah.
But the union still wanted to charge you for that hour.
Huh?
Yeah, the union, they set it up, they get a percentage. They work out, instead of a weekly thing, it's a percentage of what your paycheck is. And they wanted the percentage of that hour that they negotiated that you work for free.
Yeah.
I said, I'm not working for free. How does that benefit? Well, the company.
That's not even working for free. You got to pay to work.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, well, how does the company goes under? Let it go under then. There'll be another competition out there, and they'll be hiring.
Yeah.
And sure enough, the next day, see ya.
Yeah, we got a new factory they're getting ready to start building here. It's a paper factory, make like paper towels and that kind of stuff. Supposed to be
pulp mill, you mean?
No, it's not that. It's just they take all the other stuff's done off site and they just make the final product.
Oh, I see.
But they're the third largest company in the world. They're out of Italy, and for some reason or another, they picked here.
Well, it's just like we got a company that moved here in Westminster, which is a good thing. We needed it. But they're a German brake company. And already there's issues with the deal. Apparently they made a tax deal. And there's already issues of them trying to pull that deal out from under them. It's like now that they built the building and it's up and running, they're trying to do something sneaky that was in the deal, a little clause that they didn't understand. It's like, oh no, it's either this many years or until you're up and doing this, you're up and doing this now, so we're going to take that away. And they're like, what?
Yeah.
But they got 200 plus workers working there, And it's just like, what the heck's going on now? It's interesting. It's drama. Ooh, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay. Well, the biggest industry around here is the government, the hospital,
Yeah.
everything else they give to the Indians. They got 2 casinos. And what we're not allowed to log, even on our private land, they don't have to adhere to those
Yeah.
rules, so they let the Indians log everything.
Yeah.
They get the fish, they get all the, tax dollars that
Oh,
we
yeah.
pay. But normal people can't usually do anything. Oh, they're going to put LNG through here.
Yeah.
A pipeline. Yeah, gas pipeline.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. Pristine wilderness. Let's throw a gas pipeline through it.
Yeah, people don't care about wilderness and all that much anymore. That's a bad thing, though.
I do.
Yeah.
Anybody in the wilderness does.
Because most people look at, if I can make a buck, that's all that matters. That's why everything around here, like all the farmland, good land's always up for sale.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to fool with it.
Well, they've made it so difficult to be a farmer, just like many things. They've wiped out the fishing industry. They've wiped out any industry you can do for yourself,
Well, they can make more money selling the land than they ever will farming it. So.
Yeah, but then it's a done deal. It's not like they're going to pass it on to their family like what used to happen.
No. No, even people caring about their families anymore is about a thing of the past.
They want it to be a thing of the past. We have to fight that.
All these crazy people out there killing their kids and all that stuff. Hear that stuff on the news almost every day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're trying to make it so you don't have time for friends, family, nothing.
Oh, yeah. Just makes you wonder what's going through some of these people's head when they do some of this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't live in their heads like that,
No.
so we can't figure that out.
There was one not long ago. A woman killed her kid because she was playing some game on Facebook and the kid was interrupting her. And she threw it out the window.
Yeah, there's something wrong with people like that.
Yeah. And every day I see them on like Yahoo and stuff. That's always on the main page of articles. There are 2 of them on there now. I just don't get it. I'm not a big fan of kids myself, but I'd never hurt one. That's just because Mom babysat so many of them as a kid, I got burnt out.
I'll bet you did.
But I'd never mistreat a kid or nothing, though.
Most people wouldn't. They make it sound like everybody's a child abuser, but they're not. And the ones that are really terrible, they never help those kids.
No.
Well, have we solved the world's problems yet?
Not yet, we're working on it. Well, I ain't worried about the world's problems. I just like to solve this cloud issue right now. Oh, eventually it'll clear out. This cloud won't be on the screen too much longer. Yeah, it'd be nice if I could get a big fan and just blow all the clouds away. That would take a heck of a fan, though, and a big power bill to run it.
Oh, it's going away.
Now, they've proved that race cars, like on NASCAR, they can control the weather. Change the weather.
They proved what? Came in broken.
The NASCAR on the racetrack, on the bigger tracks, that they can actually alter the weather. Because I've seen it a lot of times on the big tracks like Michigan and some of the 2-mile tracks. That all around the place there'll be like this massive storm headed right for the track, but it never gets there. And they finally done some tests and proved that with 43 cars going 200 plus miles an hour, and the way they're built so aerodynamic, it changes the air pressure and they can actually keep the bad weather away. Now on your smaller tracks where they're not going as fast, then it of course doesn't work as well. If the storm's big enough, I mean, yeah, it could still come in, but a lot of times they show the radar and there'll be some pretty nasty storms and they'll get within maybe a quarter mile of the track and then they'll either break up or change direction. They said it was because of the cars, how well engineered they are.
Lorraine's talking to you guys in chat.
Oh.
You're just ignoring her.
Well, not intentionally.
I know that.
I don't even see her brought up. Oh, there she is. Yeah, bring her on.
Yeah, I can do that.
And can she make it? Can she make it? Connect the dots.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I could blow all the clouds away.
Well, it's coming in broken. I mean, we're seeing
Yeah.
there's not been that much activity, but I don't suspect
No.
there's going to be much activity until probably about another hour, and then it's going to crank up big
Yeah.
time. There we go. It's upside down now.
I was gonna say you hanging out on the ceiling again.
Yep, Spider-Man.
Yeah.
You might have to hang up with her and call her back. You're there. She's just not answering?
Just not answering, I don't think.
She doesn't want to join us. Where are you, Lorraine?
She's hiding.
Yep, yep. Oh, I got upset today.
Yeah.
I was playing DayZ, which is a open world game.
Yeah.
And I get all geared up. I go into the city, find me a nice place to snipe from.
Yeah.
Guy logs in behind me, shoots me.
Hey, there's somebody in
Yeah,
chat that
I
wants
see that.
wants you to say something. Okay.
Yeah, wants us to say hi to Robin and Alyssa.
Hi, Robin. Hi, Melissa.
Alyssa
Yeah,
and Robin.
that's his daughters.
Melissa. Hey, guys.
Speaking of games, though, Jay, there's a new game coming out. I have to look see what the name of it was, but the way it's the computer, the program's written, they said it's a game that could never be completed, and even the people that invented it have not even seen but like 2% of the whole game.
It's called No Man's Sky.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That looks pretty neat.
Yeah, what it is computer. It's a math formula.
Yeah.
That's
They were
put
showing
in.
some screenshots and video of it.
Yeah, there's people doing live stream of it now.
And they said that there's 18 quadrillion planets, and each one is, you're exploring it, but they said would be the same if you was walking around a life-size planet.
The way they're saying is it would be it might take, and it's a multi-universe. There's multiple people in it, but it might take 20 years before two people meet up.
Right. And depending on the environment of that planet would affect like the animals, how they're living and evolving, and that's pretty neat.
But once you do something and claim a planet,
Yeah.
your name will be on it forever.
Yeah.
It's your planet.
I got to check it out and see what all it'll take to run it.
It takes quite a bit. I've watched guys that are playing it. It takes quite a bit. It just looks like it's boring, though. I mean, there's nobody else there, or you're never going to run across anybody.
Yeah, I'd have to check into it a little more, but like
Yeah.
what your actual goal is, what you're supposed to even do.
Well, your whole goal, the game set goal is to get to the center of the universe,
Okay.
is what it is. And they're estimated it could take a year or two, excuse me, to do that. In the meantime, you can be an explorer. You can fight the other races you come across out there. You can be a bounty hunter. There's stuff like that. There's all kinds of stuff to do. But at the same time, after watching it, a guy doing live stream, it's all kind of looking the same to me. It's just like, okay. And there's a lot of bugs in it still.
I figured that.
Yeah, they're still cleaning it up. Matter
I
of
don't
fact,
play
I
a
think,
whole lot of games anyway, but
yeah, I think today they just did a huge major bug.
the game I've been playing for the last few years, and it's been out for a while though. It's on my PlayStation. It's for a computer too, though. Skyrim.
Yeah, I remember Skyrim.
That's fun. They got a new version of it coming out now. I'm not going to buy it, but for the PlayStation and Xbox, it's remastered to give better graphics, and so you can use the mods like you can on the computer. But it's fun though, and there's just so much stuff to do on there. It seems like you never run out of something to do.
Right,
I mean, I
right.
beat the main game itself, the main quest line. That was pretty easy. But now I'm just going around just finding random stuff to do. But it's pretty neat though.
What, did Lorraine not want to come in?
I don't know. I never got an answer from her.
She might have walked away.
Sorry, I have to actually talk to people online for a minute, so that's why I'm being quiet.
That's okay.
Oh, no.
We all get that way. End up doing other things.
I just keep looking. Boy, nothing is popping out.
No. Skies.
Well,
skies are just calm. Nothing, no
the
activity.
stars are pretty though. They're nice
Yeah.
and big, and
What we need to do, though, I never thought about it, but start maybe trying to keep track of what times like there's the most activity.
I think that's a good idea.
You know, see when it starts and when it stops. Because usually like a couple hour span or so, but I've never really paid that much attention to the time.
Well, last night when we were talking, remember I said there was like 5 or 6
Yeah.
and I swear it was within 20 or 30 seconds.
Yeah. 'Cause I've only seen just a couple planes and maybe 1 or 2 satellites tonight, and that's been about it.
Yeah, I've seen 2 satellites and I think 1 plane.
Yeah, there hadn't been much.
I've seen nothing, but I'm lollygagging, and people keep talking to me. Nobody talked to me all day, and I avoided it. But all of a sudden, it's people I actually have to talk to. But I'm done.
Yeah, silly people and words.
Damn people, yeah, those damn words.
Well, let me go out there. Maybe I'll just move the camera. Find a
Yeah.
different chunk. Find a different chunk of
It
sky.
looks good
Camera?
there.
No, it looks good right there, dude.
Sure.
Just leave it right there.
All right.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
just going to try to find a different chunk of sky. It might have something moving in it.
Well, in a minute, it will be a different chunk of sky because it'll just keep moving.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I could focus it a little better, but I usually don't. I just whatever. Get it close. Some nights it focuses real well, and other nights it won't focus at all. Depends on the atmosphere.
Is it damp there tonight or something?
No. I just didn't even try to focus it tonight. I just turned it on and pointed it up in the air and left it alone.
What?
Oh, sorry, I was watching something on TV, the news. People, what? Yeah, I can't explain it. Something about tires.
Okay, that's fine.
The lady was like, "Yeah, tires should be round," and I'm just like, "That's all I heard was, yeah, tires should be round."
Yeah.
Like, yeah, okay.
I get the Consumer Report magazine in the mail every month. Well, Dad does. And I was looking through it. In the back page, they always put in, like, crazy ads that people run across. Stuff's just said wrong or typed wrong or whatever. Errors. And one of them in there, it was for a car, a Ford car. I forget what it was. It was some used car lot. And it said it was fully loaded, even comes with a steering wheel. Well, I would hope so. It'd be kind of hard to drive one without one.
Yes, it would.
Even though I seen it happen in a NASCAR race a few months back. Dale Earnhardt Jr. flying around that racetrack and his steering wheel come off, and he was driving it with just his two hands, turning the gears on the steering column until he got his wheel attached back. Tore his hands all up. He was able to finish the race and stuff, but he was hurting. You going 200 miles an hour with no steering wheel, that'd be scary.
We had another machete attack, but it
Yeah.
was in Germany,
Yeah,
Belgium,
I saw that.
and other than that, Hillary almost falling down the stairs. I mean,
Oh,
big
yeah.
deal.
Let her fall.
That's got to be big news.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that, I just haven't paid attention. I just re-listened to a Dune audiobook and putzed around.
Oh, which Doom audiobook are you on? I love Doom.
Oh, I've listened to all of them. So I just kind of popped one up. I'm trying to. Well, let me go see what it is. I think it's Hunters of Dune. That's what it is. I
Okay.
love Dune too. Did you know Frank Herbert was driving through the dunes just north of me, and that's where he got the idea because he used to work here.
Oh, did he really?
Mm-hmm. He worked like for the forestry department or something, and he based the whole Dune story on the dunes here at the beaches.
Okay. Well, me and my wife, we listened to. I think we done first 4 books. We done some other books. Right now, we've been listening to how they got started
Right.
with the computers and everything. And we're at the point where the 2 twins, who were machines. You follow me on this?
Kind of, yeah. I've listened to so many, probably, because there are a lot of them that.
Okay, well, it's the one. Okay, you have the they destroyed the machine world, and they got the one machine that's still alive.
Uh-huh.
And you have
Oh, the twins, the boy and the girl.
Right. But they got destroyed. I'm trying to think of what it. I think they're destroyed. I think they come back, but I'm not sure. They got ate by a worm.
Mm-hmm.
The one machine that survived that was different. He just got through losing the guy that helped him, and now he feels anger and he understands what anger is and sadness is. And so we got the next book after that one. You have the Muslim type, the radicals, the machinists, or the people that hate the machines, are trying to take over the kingdom right now. The one, I forget what it is. The one guy that's missing his legs. That's always being carried. I can't think of his name.
The worm?
No, not the worm. The guy who is he's radical against machines, and he's always being piggybacked by his girl who's a swordsman.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't. We're still on him right now. Is where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in a couple of different areas right now.
There's a lot of them because after his death, and him and his wife wrote them, actually. It was kind of a joint effort.
Uh-huh.
But his son wrote a few, and then somebody told him about a box that is like one of those what do they call security boxes things, that, and they went and opened it. It had been his father's, and there were just stacks and stacks of notes, and they wrote some more books. He got someone else to help him, and they
Right.
wrote a bunch more books, and they wrote some that precede Dune and that are after Dune. They kind of jump around, and they're pretty good too.
Yeah.
I have a really good page that shows the episodes. I'm looking for that.
Well, right now we've been listening to the Chronicles of what is not the Chronicles, the different book series. Hold on, give me a second. Let me go check this out. Let me go grab my thing. Real quick.
Okay.
I'm back.
Oh yeah, this is the page. I found the page. I'll drop this right in the chat room, so that anybody else who is a big Dune freak. Let me see. Where's the chat room? That is in it.
Yeah, I went outside and looked, and I saw one plane in the sky, and that was it. The rest of the sky is just nothing.
Still pretty.
Yeah.
Still clouds. Okay, go to that page. Oh, it says message not sent. Remove any web addresses.
Oh,
and
hold
try
on.
again.
Hold on. I can fix that.
Okay. Just fix it for a minute so nobody can come in and bother you.
Go ahead and put it in now. It'll work.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
I made you a moderator.
Oh, alrighty. Oh, I just saw a meteor. It's a big one too.
Yeah, maybe things are going to start picking up. Who knows?
Could be. The sky looks really pretty right there, though. So.
Yeah.
I wouldn't move it.
Yeah, it's still crazy, though, because I go out there and you can't see nothing. Star-wise, hardly. Look on the screen and you see all them stars.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, it's the Harry Dresden files.
Oh, I haven't read those. I dropped a link, though, right in the chat room to the chronological order of Dune books. And there might be a few that they haven't listed that are new, but they usually update that page. I think you can go, there's a page that it says update, and you can click on it. I'm not sure which one, I gave to you, but they're not all in audiobook. I actually had to break down and buy a couple and read them,
Oh,
So,
okay.
but there's a lot of them on YouTube.
I'll definitely add that. There's a lot of them on YouTube?
Yes.
Ah, we'll see if I get caught reading them. My wife thinks we have to listen to them in the car.
I see.
But
So you can, I don't know.
well, I'll hook them up, and that way she knows. I'm pretty sure she knows. She remembers all that stuff. I don't remember.
You can download anything off YouTube.
But if you ever get a chance to read the Harry Dresden Files, it is a wonderful series. It's definitely adult humor. There's very little sex and stuff in it, but the situations are hilarious. Basically, he's a wizard in modern times in Chicago. And he has to deal with the Fae and all this other stuff. He's the only wizard that's in the phone book. There's werewolves and all kinds of stuff. The first two books are good, but after the first two, it really, because they have to build up his character and what's going on. And it used to be a TV show.
Huh.
A long time ago. But yeah, give me a minute and I'll get a website and
Okay.
link the book to you. Or link it.
Yeah, James, it's a little early, I guess, for Meteors. Later in the week will be better if I can stream anything.
Yeah, but all depends upon weather.
That's it. That's the main thing. That's why I really can't plan out any sky watches in advance. 'Cause you just never know.
Well, you could just do something else those nights.
Yeah.
If you feel like it.
Yeah.
You could play an audiobook.
Yeah.
Yeah, do that.
Mein Kampf. I just got done listening to it.
Oh God, I remember that.
I'm like, my friend said, no, you have to listen to it. You have to. He goes, Hitler isn't as bad as you think. Oh, I'm like, oh, come on. I've read like every German war book, you know. And he goes, no, really, listen. I listened to it. I'm like, oh my, I called him up. I go, oh my God, I'm turning into a Nazi. He said, see, I told you.
Well, actually, if you think about it, Hitler never killed anybody besides somebody that messed with his. Supposedly, he was involved with somebody that messed with his sister or something like that.
Uh-huh.
But Hitler himself never killed anybody that I know of.
Right.
But anyway, I'm
And
not.
he had a nephew or somebody that was in World War II in the U.S. Navy.
Huh.
Had to get presidential permission to allow him in. I forget what his exact job was, but I saw it on a military channel on TV.
No, Hitler. Just no comment on that. I'm not a huge fan of
No.
that guy. I will say this. I think Hitler and Stalin were created to battle each other.
That could well be.
Because both of them, the reason why that Hitler was able to do what he did in the beginning is because Stalin, Russia, was basically ready to attack. So when you attack somebody that's getting ready to attack you, you have the advantage. And that's why Hitler was able to move through Russia so fast, is because Stalin was getting ready to attack. And Stalin, Russia, they actually murdered more people than Hitler did. By far. So, I think it was two evils that were built to come in and go at each other.
Well, I think one thing I learned, we talked a lot about it, because I've never been a let's bash Israel person.
Oh,
but there
I love
was
Israel.
there was a reason that they weren't happy with the Jewish people. There's a saying, and I had read this before I listened to Mein Kampf, but there's an old saying, and it goes something like, fat Jew, skinny German. That's because the Jewish people had a lot of control over the government before,
Well, yeah, they were
and the German people were actually starving, and they were making, it was kind of a banking system scam like we got going on, and they were they were in control of most of the money and politics and stuff.
Well,
German people were suffering.
Mein Kampf, you got to realize a lot of that's made up. A lot of that's been proven false, what Hitler wrote. During World War II, he was an errand boy. Or World War I, he was an errand boy. And stuff. He said he was this and that. He was not.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's already been proven time and time again. And I truly believe that Hitler was gay.
You never know. We weren't there.
Plus, he was a drug addict.
That's true, and I think that's where his more crazy times came in. His didn't make sense times, like, let's go fight the Russians in the winter time, kind of thinking,
Well, he got insecure and everything else. They were actually, come to find, Stalin was in the drugs too. He had problems. So, you had two drug addicts. It was the original drug war, I guess. So, it's... But you see, the funny thing is when people tell me, oh, that's never going to happen. Well, the Germans said the same thing. It was only a small group that started it all. And look what they did. And it took time.
Mm-hmm.
But Hitler was very insistent, and he kept getting, and it was a very few people that were following him that weren't that powerful, but they made themselves powerful. But then again, they're in a smaller country. It's easier to get involved in the politics there. I lived over in Germany for a while.
Right, a lot of service people did. My cousins did. But yeah, they came home with neat furniture too. Big, heavy German carved furniture. It was really cool. Moved it
Hmm.
all over the place.
Yeah, but I'm not a big fan of the skinheads that follow him because they're following him blind and they're following him falsely.
Well, that's like those people that follow that gosh, I can't think of his name. I can't think how to say it. Cuervo.
Oh yeah,
You know who I'm talking about.
from
South America.
Venezuela.
Then I think
Yeah, well
it's hard for me to think this late.
we see how that country's going. I mean, that's how communist falls. Look at Venezuela. It does, and people go, well, Hitler was a radical. No, Hitler was a socialist, which is basically a communist. He was just a socialist, a dictator,
Hmm.
which is the same thing of what communist is dictator.
Right.
And
Politics.
yeah, well, that's a whole different thing than politics right there. But yeah, and it's natural right now. U.S. is the longest running democracy uh, ever going right now.
We're not a democracy.
What are we? We're a republic.
That's right. We're a democratic republic. That
And it's
means
not. And
the
it's not.
difference is people cannot vote away our rights. That's
Ah.
what the difference is.
Yeah, well, they're doing it.
I know they are, but it's not, as we
Well, they're
know,
doing it
not
through
constitutional.
Yeah, they're doing it through law. Is how they're doing it.
But when most of the people could really care less, it seems.
Yeah.
That's why they're
Well,
getting away with it.
if it's unconstitutional, it's not really a law, but,
True. But I've heard so many people, even around here and TV and everywhere else, saying that, the Constitution was all right for its day, but it's modern times and it needs scrapped and we need something else.
There's
do you
nothing wrong
believe
with
that?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with
I
the
don't believe that,
Constitution.
but
Yeah, you read them the Constitution, it's like, okay, if you read them the first 10, and they understand it then. But the thing is they never bother to read it, and these are people that have been lectured to by somebody that's
Yeah.
going around the subject.
true. But they say
They're
it just,
twisting the truth, is what they're doing.
Right.
I've heard it so many times. They say that the document doesn't matter because the people that wrote it could have never envisioned the modern days that we live in. So how could they?
So what's not true about it though?
It's
If you look at it,
outdated.
just like the Second Amendment. Okay, now I'm an NRA. I'm a Second Amendment guy. But the Second Amendment, believe it or not, does not give you the right to carry guns. The Second Amendment, the way it's written, and if you know your vocabulary, if you read it, it automatically assumes that you already have the right from your creator.
Yeah,
And it's backing that right up, telling the government what they cannot
Yeah.
do.
And actually, there were the people that fought the Constitution fought it because they were afraid that if they defined their rights, that if they could define them and give them to you, then the government could take them away.
Right.
So that's the reason they opposed the Constitution. They're like, we don't need a piece of paper telling us that it's okay to have a weapon to defend yourself.
That's
So
why-
it's kind of misleading. It doesn't say you can't. It wasn't the government's job to give them to them.
That's
to
why.
us.
That's why they put it under the creator, so that no man can take them
Right.
away. It's under. It's a create. It's your right. You're born with the
Yeah.
right. Nobody gave you the right.
I've had people try to explain it in their liberal way like this. With the whole Constitution thing, Windows 95 was the best thing out there in its day. But who would want to still follow that today when we got things that are much better and things have changed?
So what would you
I like-
change? Give the government more reason to come into your house. Take the Fourth Amendment away. Take the Second Amendment away.
Well, there's been so many people. They even done that experiment on TV it was out in California, of course. But all these people of different ages will give you $100 to sign away all your constitutional rights. Every one of them signed a paper.
Oh yeah, but they still got their rights though.
Yeah, but they said they don't care about their rights. They don't use them, don't need them. It's a waste to even talk about.
Yeah, no, they use them every day. They just. I would love to see if they did that for real, and follow up on it and say no, you're out of here.
Well, you could go to China, not Hong Kong, but I mean, you get a good picture of what that's all about.
All right, go to Venezuela. Look at
Right.
what's
Go to
going on down
Venezuela.
They
there.
all want communism. That's the number one thing.
Because they don't know what it is.
Well,
Because
socialism is.
that's what's being taught to them mostly in
Well, yeah.
college. I know all the kind of BS things they're telling them, things like, well, socialism didn't work before because we didn't have the tracking system we do now. We
Yeah.
have computers and all this way to make things
Yeah.
fair and oh, bullshit.
I
Yeah.
just read last night. Disneyland's got a new way of tracking the people in the park.
Well, it's their park. That's fine. They can do what they want.
Well,
That's
people
true.
are
That's true. You don't have to go to their park.
no, but they claim too that they'll sell this information later on.
Well, yeah, of course they will.
But it's by taking a picture of your feet when you walk in the park.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay.
Is the only thing that bothers me about that is do our tax dollars subsidize Disneyland?
Yes.
Well, then,
Yeah.
I think first of all we should stop that, and it would just solve that problem. But this is the problem when tax dollars subsidize something, they have to be held to certain standards.
I think tax dollars need to be taken. I think if a company fails, let it fail.
I agree.
Yes, I agree totally.
There'll be another company out there, another guy ready to go to make money that will do
Yeah.
it a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's
the
They
car
said
companies.
everything in Disneyland's tracked now anyway because of them bracelets that people wear. And it does everything from opening the door in your room to whatever.
Yeah, but they're having problems. People are hacking those bracelets.
Oh, yeah. But now it's, when you walk into the park, it's going to photograph with some real high-def camera your feet. I mean, you still got your shoes and stuff on, but it's going to be able to tell. It says, so if you go to ride, I don't know, Space Mountain or whatever, then the guy that's operating the ride will be able to greet you by name and, said everybody in the park will know you when you walk up to their ride or booth, whatever. So that way it can be more, what they say, like more personal, which is crazy.
Yeah.
But,
Just like the TSA.
yeah. Those guys can't even do their job.
Well, good. How come the TSA can't take a picture of my feet and leave me alone?
No, this is what the TSA needs to do. If they want to continue on their barbaric right stealing thing, they got to get some really cute chicks in there and some really cute guys. People pay those people to fill them up.
Yeah, some dancers. Well, we just went through when I went to Dominican Republic, and leaving out was a pain in the butt. You had a TSA agent who was actually borderline yelling at people. And of course, you got people that are waiting till the last minute to take off their shoes and all this other stuff. Okay, I get it. You're dealing with other people, fine, but that doesn't give the TSA agent got in this guy's face. You need to take your shoes off. And there's 20 people in front of him. He's like, I'm not there yet. And they actually pulled him out of line.
Yeah, I haven't flew in a long time. I didn't have to go through hardly no checks last time I flew. Now you do, but...
And on the way back, I think I just saw something shot across. Upper right-hand corner.
I don't know, I must have missed that one.
Yeah, it was a very upper right-hand corner. Just cut the corner of the screen. But, yeah, they need to make that privatized. Go back to it being private. Matter of fact, there's some airports that are kicking them out.
They did arrest one not long ago, a TSA agent. I forget, it was at a major airport too. I forget which one, but I guess, they do the body scanner thing. Well, he was keeping those images.
Yeah, I've seen those images. There's nothing to keep. You really got to be a sicko.
I guess.
If you want to... No, I've seen the images. It's not... You're looking at like a...
It was interesting how they caught him, though. The guy
You can see enough. I've seen the images, too. That's like, I don't think that's the way you want to see them, but maybe these people are desperate.
It was easy to catch the guy. They had 100% proof. He was taking pictures of those images with his phone, using the airport Wi-Fi to upload them to one of his cloud accounts. So they caught him easily.
Well, at least they're looking out.
But they've done so many tests and, to, purposefully try to sneak things through, and a lot of times they get all kinds of stuff through. Those agents
most of the
don't
time.
catch much of nothing. They make
Well,
a
it's
big deal out of nothing, but the real bad stuff, they never
it's
catch.
just like coming back, leaving from Dominican Republic, coming back here. I wasn't supposed to have any alcohol on my carry-on,
Yeah.
and I had 2 bottles, and nobody said
Yeah.
nothing to me. There's just too many people, and
Hmm.
the guy was too busy talking, looking at the machines. I just told my wife, I was like, "What?" I said, "I don't know. I'll just put them through and see what happens."
A lot of people don't realize that you're still legally allowed to fly with a firearm if you do it properly.
Yeah, you have to sit there and do. You got to do paperwork though ahead of time.
Yeah, you got to do
Yeah,
that.
it's not something you really want to have to do, I don't think.
Because I was at the sporting goods store the other day, and they sell the carry-on pistol boxes that are TSA approved.
Yeah, I think they have to have a lock on them.
Yeah, they got to have a lock on them.
Yeah, and I don't think they can be black. I think they have to be a different color now, yellow or red or something on them.
I can't remember exactly what these were, but they was in a box and stuff. But they had them there though, TSA approved. They were kind of expensive though.
Yeah, then you got to. Oh, but the problem. Well, see, when I came back, here's the thing. When I came back from Dominican Republic, I had a firearm with me. I did all the paperwork and everything ahead of time. Uh, and our plane diverted to New York. It was supposed to land in Maryland, and it ended up going to New York airport.
Uh oh.
And we were supposed to switch planes, and all our bags supposed to be transferred. So what did they do? They called me up, and they called me on the way to the switch planes. They took my firearm.
Yeah.
I spent $500 on a old firearm to bring in, and New York took it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't have it in New York. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I got all the paperwork. I wasn't supposed to land in New York. And me and the airport had a fight. Eventually what they did is they took the money off my ticket. And I'm like, well, what about all the money I spent in paperwork and everything getting it done? Because I ended up spending another $100 to get the paperwork done.
Yeah.
And that's just New York took it.
No, yeah.
No ifs, ands, buts. And they didn't give me anything. They just said, nope. Be lucky we don't press charges. I'm like, how are you going to press charges? I said, I was arguing with the guy. I said, don't threaten me like that. What do you mean you're going to press charges?
I argued too.
I see.
And it wasn't my voluntary choice to come here.
Yeah, I didn't want to come here to New York.
No.
I said, you're sitting there making such a big deal about guns. Why you got one strapped on you? You got one on your freaking ankle.
There was a guy on TV a few months back. It was on CNBC. I was watching the stock market one morning, and they had this guy. It was a newer business. I guess they've been in business for just a short time, but they're getting more popular. They'll do guns or just about anything. Golf, like if people golf, whatever. And if you're flying anywhere, in the world, like with the golf clubs, you can. This company will do all the shipping for you. So they'll pick them up at your house, ship them. So when you get to your hotel, your clubs are there. You can golf, do what you want. And when you're getting ready to leave, they'll come get them, take them back. The whole deal is only $99 each way, anywhere in the world. And they said, depending on where you're going, you can do the same thing with firearms.
Yeah, they did that. A bunch of buddy of mine went up to Alaska to go hunting, and they had their firearms shipped ahead of time.
Yeah.
And they said, sure enough, it was done a week before. And sure enough, when they got to the hotel, they were in the hotel had them in their storage. Like, yep, we got them.
Yep.
And they came 2 days after they left. They came and got the firearms. I think it was a week after they left. Their firearms were all back at the guy's house.
I saw a website not long ago. 'Cause Australia is so anti-gun and everything. Well, they've got where you can hunt. I mean, they're hunting real animals, but you're doing it from your computer. The guns are all remote because they don't want people messing with guns. So they've got this big game reserve type thing, and there's I don't know how many, but it said you pay per rifle. So if you get the biggest package, there might be a dozen rifles. So if your first location you're not seeing nothing, you can click over to rifle 2 or 3. Then when you see something in your sights, a couple clicks of the mouse and
that's not hunting to me.
No, me neither. It's a video game.
Yeah,
but,
I don't know.
Well, they're not even allowed airsoft or paintball down there, so.
Well, they're trying to change that.
I know a guy that lives there.
Yeah, the people of Australia are sick of that.
He said that the only thing he's allowed to defend his house with is a compound bow and arrow. And that's not going to work.
It's much harder to undo a law than it is to
Oh, yeah.
make sure they don't do it in the first place.
Right. They had that one shooting thing there, and then overnight, everything was gone.
People overreact.
Well, that's
Exactly.
what.
Yeah, they do. They do.
That's what Hillary wants to do. She wants to do her gun laws just like they do in
Oh,
Australia.
yeah, she's...
Well, and that's a good point, Tana, because, see, they want to lead us emotionally. They want to get us all
Yeah.
upset. Like 9/11, hey, everybody I knew was like, let's bomb them into a parking lot, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's your first reaction. You don't
Sure.
think.
Oh, hey, Smokey! I didn't know you came back in here.
Smokey, he likes you.
Smokey.
That's okay. I like you guys too.
Well, of course, I'm likable. What's not to like about me? I can't think of anything.
We
I'm
like
sure,
upside down people.
I'm sure your wife could come up with a few things that were not quite as
Yeah,
likable.
let's get her on and interrogate. I mean, ask her.
She just,
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
she just feels
Right
she's
there.
got the mindset it's cheaper to keep him.
She's asleep, and no, her motto is, if you can afford to keep me, you can have me,
There you go.
or if you can afford to feed me. But that goes with everything, and believe me, no woman's been able to keep up. One woman said, "I can try." I said, "Good luck, lady." So
Yeah.
said, before we go to your house, let's go to the car dealership real quick.
Yeah.
And my wife is like, you think he's joking? He's not.
Poor woman.
Yeah, but I love her.
That's good.
Yeah. I'm broke and nobody wants me.
Oh, that's not true.
That's kind of how I am. I'm broke.
It's a joke. Well, hi, Nala. My cat just bumped in. I'm in the process of coloring my hair at the moment.
Oh, put that on live. I want to see it.
She does it all the time. She does it on YouTube, or not YouTube, but Facebook. She puts pictures and videos of herself coloring her hair. So I don't know why she wouldn't do it for us.
Oh, what color are you going to do it?
Well, I'm doing it 2 different shades of deeper purple.
Oh, boy.
So,
They had that.
Oh, color your cats.
oh hell
No.
No, speaking of that though,
That's,
when I used
so,
to
yeah.
when I used to live in Tennessee, the people I lived with, they had some snakes as pets, so we raised rats. I made a bunch of money off them rats. We would dye them different colors and sell them as pets. Red, green, purple, all the different colors of Kool-Aid. And you get these white rats, and it just takes about 2 days. You just keep spraying them down. Let it dry, spray them down. After a couple of days, they're all different colors. And then we would sell them to people around the holidays. They'd buy red ones and green ones.
They
you
dye
know,
dogs at grooming places
Yeah.
too. I think it's kind of twisted.
Or if you,
Yeah,
the rats were fun though, because you could take one and have somebody hold it and hold a stencil like on his back, and then spray it, and he'd have like a big star on his back or whatever.
I'm not saying you're dyeing your hair. I'm just saying you're wearing a bath thing.
yeah, I'm doing that because that keeps the color trapped in for the length of time I need it.
Yeah. Don't you know anything, Jake?
No.
Me neither.
Now, when it comes to color, the only time I had my hair colored was when I was in the Army. I was switching over to Germany, so I had 30-day leave. I ended up taking it. And my sister, when I first got back, my sister went and colored my hair, and it was short. And she bleached it blonde. And it actually looked good. And so I went out to the club that night. This girl was like, "Oh, I love guys with blonde hair." I'm like, "It's bleached. It's fake." No, it's not. And she got mad at me and threw a drink at me. And I'm like, damn.
Oh wow.
I didn't do it, but a lot of guys in high school, like freshman year and stuff, because that's when Eminem became real popular, the singer. So all the guys
Yeah.
were bleaching their hair, but they didn't, they were all broke. So they would just go into the dollar store getting like the bottle of Clorox or whatever. And they would leave
Yeah.
it on too long and come back to school.
Oh my
Their
God.
foreheads would be blistered because they left it on too
Oh,
long.
damn.
I mean, their hair was white as Casper the Ghost.
Well, that's
I mean-
because you're not supposed to use liquid bleach
Yeah, they used
on
straight bleach.
Well, I've never ever dyed my hair, but I have helped other people with theirs, and I had a friend with really dark hair that insisted upon being a platinum blonde, and I was like, I think I should take this out now, and she's like, no, no, leave it in, and all of a sudden her hair turned into mush in my
Yeah,
hands. And
yeah.
so regular
Yeah.
regular over the counter bleach and stuff
Yeah.
for hair can do that too.
Yeah. One guy got
Well,
all burnt, I remember. I didn't know the guy very well, but his whole face was blistered. And I asked him, like, man, what happened? He said, well, I was trying to get it as white as possible, so he used one of them gallon, them big Ziploc bags, filled it full of bleach, put it on his head, and tried to duct tape around it to keep it from falling out, the
shit.
bleach from leaking out.
Dumbass.
And since he was doing it all by himself with no help, of course, he couldn't keep the seal tight enough, and all that bleach got all over him and burned him.
Well, that's how you clean out the gene pool.
It was funny, though.
Yeah. Oh,
Well,
I used to be. I
God,
used to be-
God took care of my hair
Yeah.
for me. It's now gray.
I
Oh.
used to be a cosmetologist.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it kind of helps.
You're
I got
a
a funny
pro.
one for you, Jade. I remember this. This was, I think, sophomore year. I went to a basketball game at school. I never hardly went to any of them, but I decided to. So I was watching the game, and one of the guys on our team got hit. He got elbowed and bloodied his nose. You know, all mess and everything. And he runs over to the coach, and the coach is sitting there, put a tampon up his nose. But
Oh,
the
damn.
but the coach bought the scented ones, and man, the
Oh,
guy's
my.
all screaming because that sin and there's burning the heck out of him. He's all
Who the
running
hell would
around.
buy those anyway?
I was laughing. The coach was like, I didn't know. He said, I just grabbed one. He said, I thought they was all the same. He said, I didn't have any idea. I'm just
I bet he
rolling
was-
laughing. Poor
I
guy.
bet he was shocked as shit when it expanded in his nose too.
Well, the coach used to use those for that reason, but this one, I guess, had some kind of a scent on it that really irritated that guy's inside of his nose because he was bleeding bad.
Any
Well,
good
that's-
any good medic has a tampon in there,
Yeah.
kid.
Yeah, I
it
was
was
gonna
funny,
say. I was gonna say we used to use the tampons all the time.
Yeah, it was funny.
Well, here's a funny story for you. When I was at Fort Bragg, which is a big base back in the day, this is
Yeah.
before latex and all that other spandex came out and stuff. They couldn't. There was a little 24-hour PX located in the middle of the base. You know, it was a little bit, maybe twice the size of a 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
And it sold more beer than any place in the world on the weekend. But they couldn't figure out why so many of the the pantyhose that came in the leggings legs.
Oh,
Legs.
Oh yeah.
Legs.
Hey, well, they couldn't figure out why they were selling so many there, and they sent a group out there to investigate, and they found out it was all the guys buying them. And finally, they couldn't. They're just sitting there watching it, and they're just like, "Why are all these guys buying pantyhose?" And it's because what we do is we wear the pantyhose on underneath our BDUs, so we wouldn't get, because of all the road marching and the heat and
Yeah.
everything, so you
Then it
wouldn't
wouldn't
get.
get cold.
Well, you wouldn't
they
rub your
keep
legs
you
raw.
really, yeah, they keep you really warm. We wore them in the woods too. Even the guys did
Yeah.
underneath of their jeans or
Well-
rain gear or whatever, because they keep you warm.
No, it wasn't because it kept us warm. It's because we
Well-
wouldn't get our legs chapped when we're doing
Right.
the road marches.
Right. Well, I'm
We're
just
always
saying it
walking
does
through the woods
work.
and stuff.
Yeah.
It does
Yeah.
work to keep you warm.
So what they did was they hired this lady, this little Asian woman that used to sit in there with all the eggs, and she look at you and she knew what size you wore and handed you an egg.
Yeah.
You just walk in there, she knew what size you were, you handed an egg, and it's like, okay, I need 4 of them.
It's
and
not
they-
that hard to look at somebody and figure out what kind of nylons they should wear.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they were like sending all the plus sizes for all the guys there. But yeah,
and they
they
got tall ones.
they couldn't
Yep.
figure out why the heck they were selling so many. Like they just couldn't figure it out.
I was bummed when they quit making them.
Well, it's because spandex came out and all the guys stopped buying them.
You remember the that UFO model that Tom made me a couple months ago, Jade? The one I showed you?
Yeah, I remember that.
Well,
one.
the top of that, where the dome is,
Uh-huh.
that's actually half of one of them eggs from the pantyhose things. Tom told me that. That's what he uses.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because it's a perfect dome, and it works just fine. And he can trim it to any size he needs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what he uses. Now, that was interesting.
Yeah.
I was surprised how light that thing is. That thing don't weigh nothing. It's that balsa wood.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
The
balsa
whole
wood's real light.
package when it came with, I mean, it was a pretty good sized box, but the whole package only weighed like a pound.
Yeah,
And it's
balsa wood's
light
real
as
light.
feather. Yeah.
We used to use that a lot when we were making airplanes and stuff back in
I
the
need
day.
to find me somewhere where I can buy, you know, like the little trees and stuff you'd put on like a model train set.
Any place, any hobby shop.
Yeah, I've looked at a few places, but they're pretty expensive some places.
You know, you can.
Uh,
There are like tutorials
Yeah.
online, YouTube, everywhere for making those kinds of things. For
Yeah.
because they have them for making dollhouses,
Yeah.
and they have all different
Because what I
scales.
did, I've got the UFO model, and I went to the hobby shop, Hobby Lobby, and they sold those them big squares. You know, you set a cake on it when you're decorating it. I don't know
Yeah.
what you call them. Well, I bought one of
Lazy
those.
Susan.
Yeah, well, I bought the square because it's plastic, and I'm going to use that as a base and put the UFO on it and make like a little what do you call it,
Well,
diorama thing.
here's what you need to make a tree.
Mhm.
Because I used to paint armies.
Yeah.
For people for Warhammer 40K.
Oh, yeah.
And stuff, and I used to paint Civil War armies and do scenery and stuff for
Yeah.
people. To make a tree, all you do is you get a branch.
Yeah.
And you cover it with a spray glue.
Mhm.
And you want to use I'm trying to think of the name, what it's called. You do have to buy this, but it's not very much.
Yeah.
But for your base, you spray that you use the spray glue, you spray down the board,
Yeah.
and then you put sand on it.
Right.
Okay, and
That's
then you
what
can
I was
spray
going to
paint.
do anyway. There. Yeah.
Yeah. You can also use foam cutouts and stuff to make the terrain. It's not hard to do.
Right.
You can use pipe cleaners. You paint them green,
Yeah.
and you can twist them on with the pipe cleaners onto the branch he's talking about, and
Yeah,
then
but
just
you know
trim them
they're-
into the shape.
Yeah, but you know they're pipe cleaners. You can look at those until.
Well, if you do it right, you get good pipe cleaners. They're actually pretty fuzzy. There's some that are pretty fuzzy, so
Yeah.
it'll
But
work.
by the time you pay pipe cleaners, you can buy the other stuff.
I don't know.
And the other stuff is not that expensive. I can't think of what the heck it is. It's something you put it on and it looks like you put it on a branch, and it actually looks like a tree. I can't think what the hell it is. You can use cotton too. You can use cotton and roll it in sand and stuff. Get some grunt on it and spray paint it.
Well, eBay's got some pretty good deals if I buy straight from China.
Oh, there you go. That's all it's made anyway.
I never even.
It'll
I don't know why I
It'll
never
be
thought
toxic.
of eBay because I'm on there all the time. They've got trees here. These actually look like they got flowers on them. But it's
Are you talking about florist tape?
No, it's not florist tape. I
must be like tacky glue or something.
But as cheap as these are, I can get 20 trees for $2.97. They're 3.3 inches tall.
Well, there you go.
So yeah, and here's 50 pine trees for $8. At the hobby shop, they were like 2 or 3 trees for $10. I was like, forget that. So, and then they sell fake dirt in a bag. I just go and get real dirt.
Yeah, just get real dirt.
I'm not worried about that. But they got all kinds of different things on here. I never even thought about going, from China. That's where it's all coming from anyway.
There you go. I'm gonna see if I can find one of the armies I built one time.
And they've
There's
even
still
got
something.
the people on here. These are neat. You get 20 of these for $4.25. They wouldn't work for my design, but they look like little lamp posts, like you'd see over in like England or something. But these actually light up. 20 of them for $4.25.
Here's one. Okay, here's a Tyranid army I built.
Or here's the grass for landscaping. You just peel the back of it off, and it's sticky, and you just lay it down. Oh, okay.
For one of my other armies. But you see what I did with the background right there, the board?
Yeah.
That's all that is. It's
Yeah.
just that's sand, and then that's that grass stuff right
Right.
there. Let me see if I can find another army real quick.
Yeah, they got that grass stuff, what I was just looking at on eBay. It's just sticky on the back, and you just...
No. This stuff is it's flaky. You just put it down with the
Oh,
glue.
okay. Yeah, I saw that, too.
And
What
then
I'm
you
Well,
looking
can,
at here is
that's pretty neat.
this adhesive one's 50 by 50 centimeters for $2.59. Pretty cheap.
Do you still have to have an account to go on eBay?
No, not to just look.
Oh, but if you want to buy
you
something,
wanna
you have
buy,
to set
you
up
do.
an account. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why. I buy all kinds of stuff on eBay. I don't know why I didn't think to just go there to start with. Usually I filter out all the Chinese searches, and this time I didn't. And I want to put together some kind of a little scenery thing.
Wow.
But yeah, they got that stuff you're talking about, Jade. The flakes and stuff you put down to make grass. It's called flock.
oh,
Flock.
here you go. Here's a scenery.
Oh, yeah.
You get a
Yeah.
big old jug of it for $13.
Yep. Well, that's actually pretty high.
I don't know how
Here's a-
big this container actually is, but it
Here's
looks
the scenery I did right here. I painted all the models and did that scenery right there.
Nice.
yeah.
And all that stuff is just, that's like the fire coming from the plane right there. If you look at the back of the plane, that right there is just putty that I molded on. That's an old bomber, World War II bomber model I had that I put down, chopped it all up.
Yeah.
And I forget where I got the couple of barrels from. But I had to paint all that stuff. I had to paint all that. The grass is all that felt you see. That grass is 3D right there. Is just that's pieces of a tree that I took apart from the thing and put it on there.
I'm just still debating though what kind of scenery I really want to use. Do I want to use more of a desert scenery or a forest type, or still kind of trying to
Well,
make up my mind
here's
on
something
that.
to consider is that you want to know what is it you want to have stand out, because you don't want a bunch of forest stuff taking away from your main scene.
Right. Yeah, I might have to, still, like I said, trying to figure out which. Because the UFO itself is pretty good size. I mean, it's not small by any means.
Yeah, here's another model I painted. God, this one here is 6, 7 years old. Oh, it's older than that. That's got to be at least 9 years old. But yeah, I used to have people pay me to paint their models all the time.
Sweet.
For that model right there, I painted it for a guy who was, oh God, he was older than I was. Painted that in his army in that fashion. And I think I made $400.
Yeah, you can make some good money.
Oh yeah.
Even cartoonists, I have a friend who's a cartoonist. In fact, he did Axe Cop, and he does stuff on his own now, and most of the money, when he gets it, he pays to a person who actually colors the frames and things for him, because that's the high skill thing right there.
Mm-hmm. But that model right there, that last model link, that took me about a week and a half to paint.
Wow.
Not 24 hours on it, but just going back to it.
Yeah.
Where's
Did you
that?
airbrush it?
There is some airbrushing in it. I'm trying to find the picture of a complete army that I did, another one I did. It's not a good picture. That's not it. That's the Civil War shit. That's the Star Wars shit I painted for a guy. What the hell? I might have to go find it. I may not have it loaded in
I'm
here.
trying to see if I had a picture of that UFO model that I got, but I got a video of it.
Oh, here it is. How do I get that over? There we go. trying to figure out why I have this picture with vacations. There it is. That's the scenery piece I did. I painted all the models on there and did the scenery for it. And he entered it in a competition. And I got third, or he got third.
That used to be pretty popular around here, the whole Warhammer.
He entered it in a competition and took credit for your paint job.
No. He didn't take credit for it. My name is actually, see where it says blank right there? He didn't have he had a copper piece that went right on the bottom. There's a little place for the thing to go on. And if you look on all four sides, and I forget what that is right there, that was something to a game. But he had a copper piece, but it didn't come in time. They put on there, so-and-so, paint job and scenery done by me.
Mm-hmm.
But no, he opened it up. I mean, the people knew that he got it from me. I mean, they knew it. And for that scenery right there, he bought all the models and everything. And I think that was... I think I only charged him $300.
Those little, just the models themselves are expensive in little pieces.
Oh, yeah, dude. And I still got downstairs. Oh, Christ, like 6 armies downstairs.
There's
I
a
gave
picture of
away
the,
3.
there's a picture of the UFO. I just done a screenshot out of the video I made.
Oh, there you go. Yep.
But you can kind of see the size of it. But
Yeah,
it's pretty
see-
neat though.
He does a good job.
Yeah.
I might get into doing something like that. I can probably do something a little bit more, not so much retro.
Well, he builds just whatever people sold.
Yeah, I know. I've talked to him.
But mine, it was just because I built his website. So I just told him just build whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't give him anything to go on, but he don't make them much anymore though, because he couldn't sell them. Everybody was wanting him to give them away. He gave too many of them away.
Well, that's just like building these pieces right here.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude! Once you get out there, I had everybody, and I was making good money off of it. Why I stopped? I just got tired of it. Hand cramps and everything.
He couldn't make any money. He was buying all the material and then giving them away.
Yeah, well, that's but I've talked to him. That's his hobby, though. That's what he enjoys doing.
Now the toys, on the other hand, he's making money off those.
Yeah, he is making some money off of those.
That's why I reorganized his website and put the toys as the first page and UFOs the second. He made the one that they presented to Richard Dolan for like 20 some years in the UFO community.
Yep.
Kind of an award thing.
Mm-hmm.
But they never give him any credit for it. I didn't like that. I watched the video.
That's not unusual.
Should have given
Things
him
like
credit.
that bug me too.
You should give credit where it's due.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Warhammer for this game, they priced themselves out of business.
Yeah.
They really did. They had a good thing going and just priced themselves out.
Yeah. 'Cause there used to be a small shop here in town years ago that sold stuff like that, and they would have like little parties on the weekends where guys would come in and
Oh yeah,
paint stuff and.
Yeah, I used to go to all of them.
And if you needed help, somebody there might help you, then you help them with what you
Matter
know
of
how to
fact,
do.
here, hold on a minute. Let me grab it real quick.
I'm going to have to say goodnight to you boys and girls because I have to get up at some ungodly time in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will see you. Good night, sweetheart, and I will see you all tomorrow.
I'll let you know
Thank
when
you.
I'm going to do another one of these.
Yeah, I'll be gone all day, but I'll be home tomorrow night, in the evening, so.
Okay.
And I'll have something new to complain about. Bye-bye, you guys.
Night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it. Game Workshop, but yeah, that's one of the
Yeah, I see it.
first place
Yeah.
trophies overall, battle competition.
Mhm.
I got like 12 of these things. But yeah, I used to go and love that stuff, but now they just price themselves out.
Yeah. And in that shop up there, they'd play, a lot of them would play that Magic the Gathering card game. That was real
okay.
big. And
Oh, that's still big around
yeah.
here.
And sometimes they would have Dungeons and Dragons. People would play that.
Yep, that's still big around here too.
That's more popular than I thought it still was. there's still a lot of new stuff coming out, like different ways people can play it online.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, that's what happened is they started putting all their money into the games online, and the
Yeah.
games online they put in, they suck terrible.
Well, the ones I've looked at, you still make up your own campaign if you want, but
Yeah.
it's just gives you a nice ability of, designing your little avatar thing and rolling the dice and all that kind of stuff
Mm-hmm.
and do it all. They used
Oh,
to have
you.
some pretty expensive dice up there too.
Oh yeah, I know.
I saw a 200 sided one was the biggest one I seen.
Yeah, I got 100 sided ones. I probably got around 1,000 dice
That
downstairs
thing
from
was
that thing.
like probably the size of a baseball. It was big.
But yeah, all I got is a bunch of these silly trophies, and the problem is whenever you sold stuff,
Yeah.
what they wanted you to do if you were selling them up there, they wanted you to the shop. The guy had to give the money to the shop,
Yeah.
and then you got credit out of the
Right.
shop. And what I do is they got upset at me because I'd go out to my car.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, just pay me outside.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to tell the guys, like, no, I'm doing this outside the shop, dude. I'm not doing this in the shop.
Right.
We've already, this is 4 weeks ago he ordered this to me. I just had him to meet up here so we could see it and look at it.
Yeah.
And they were trying to do this. I'm like, dude, go. And I'd call up to, because they're stationed out of England.
Mm.
And I said, I'll tell you what, I got the phone. Here's the phone number to the main boss overseas.
Yeah.
Said I can call him up. I says I've met him several times because I used to go to all the conferences and stuff.
Yeah.
And he's like, what? I'm like, yeah, these would be the new people. I was like, call your old boss up. Says I'm not doing anything stupid here. Believe me, I spend more money up here than anybody else did, and that was the problem.
Yeah.
Spent way too much money in that place.
Tana, there's a picture of my cat.
Oh.
That's
Okay.
from a couple months ago.
Oh, you don't have anything new? Oh, okay. Pretty cat.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to multitask.
I do that a lot.
Wow, man, it's already 12 o'clock.
Yep.
We got 4 people. I guess Lorraine, or is James still here?
I'm not sure who's here.
Well, I'm here and I see you two. You're the only two I see.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we're talking about in the stream.
And
Oh.
in the chat part, nobody's really said nothing, but so I don't know who's here.
Well, hey, yeah, James got a good idea.
Yeah.
Put on a Superman cap. I want to see flop. I like to see that too.
Oh, yeah. Me too. You've been requested. Let's hear it. Or see it.
Oh boy, if I could fly.
Yeah.
If it was only that easy.
Pretty cat.
Yeah, he's smart, but gets on my nerves sometimes.
Oh, yeah, that's their job.
If he wants to go outside, he'll find a way out. If he's got to knock screen out of the window, destroy half the house, he'll get out. But if the front door's open, though, he can open the screen door by himself if he wants out. But he figured that out.
Yeah.
But he just recently learned that trick of how to turn the air conditioner on.
Oh, shit.
He was running back and forth on the couch here a couple weeks ago, just meowing, carrying on. I'm like, what do you want? And he'd look at me and walk around. I said, whatever you want, figure it out on your own. I'm not going to get up. He walks over, smacks the air conditioner, turns it on, lays down, goes to sleep.
Uh,
But he's good at catching mice, though.
the cat that I had until recently, she was so smart, I couldn't leave the cat food out. She figured out how to get the lid open.
Yeah. And that cat there loves water. I know that. It's the only cat I've ever had that liked to play in water.
Both my cats like bath time.
Yeah, I can put about an inch or so of water in the bathtub and he'll just lay in it all day. He don't care.
Yeah.
Or if he's real hot, I'll just grab him and just dump it on his head. He don't care.
Yeah.
Something to cool him down.
Yeah. I think it's good for them to get used to it anyway.
Yeah.
Oh God, my wife's cats. Those two, they hated water. If you crank the bath up and you
Yeah,
say their name, you're going to see two cats disappear.
yeah,
I was bitten by one of the cats. This is My wife says, "Can you get the cats a bath?" I said, "Yeah." This is when I first met her. I wasn't married yet. I
yeah.
said, "If one of them bites me, I'm going to kill it."
Hmm.
Yeah, it bit me good, and I was furious.
There's a picture of my dog when we first got her. She's about close to 60 pounds now.
Aw.
Aw.
I've had her about 3 years now. When we got her, though, when Mom and Dad went and got her from the pound, that was the first time she had ever saw the outside of a cage, and she was 6 months old. She was born in the cage and never was out of it.
Aw.
Didn't know what grass was. Never seen outside of it.
That's sad.
The cage was never even open. They just had a slot in it and throwed food in it. So Mom
Why
and
would
Dad went
somebody
down.
treat an animal like that?
They get so many of them at the pound. They do
Oh, yeah,
they do the best they can.
yeah, I
But
guess.
That's so cruel.
so Mom and Dad adopted her, and she was like extremely hyper. I mean, for way over a year, close to 2 years, couldn't.
I bet.
Well, you couldn't leave her nowhere in the house. She would eat anything. She ate my two-way walkie-talkies. Luckily, I took the batteries out of them. Eat everything. I always had to keep her in her cage, at night and stuff, and just. But now she's finally. Just seemed like overnight she just calmed down, and
I'll be
Well,
right
she was
back.
attention starved, probably.
yeah. Now the only time I put her in the cage now is sometimes depending on what kind of mood she's in. If she won't eat, I throw her
Yeah.
in her. I put her in her cage with her food. She'll eat it. That's how she was pretty much raised,
Yeah.
But other than that, don't have any trouble with her. We leave now, leave her in the house. She don't bother nothing. She used to. Yeah, she would eat whatever she could get a hold of. Dish towel.
Like that.
Yeah, my walkie-talkies.
Oh, she probably wasn't sure when she was going to get fed next.
I don't know. Good or bad, I think she just wanted the attention.
Yeah.
But she's calmed down now, though, so don't have any trouble out of
Oh, hi. Talk about wanting attention.
her.
Oh, come here. Oh, is that better? Is that better? Yeah, she's not spoiled at all.
Looks kind of like my cat.
Yeah. I got her when she was 4 weeks old from a homeless couple
Mm.
that was, she was pregnant and they were both teenagers.
Yeah.
And they just gotten approved for a home.
Oh, okay.
They didn't have enough money for rent.
Yeah.
And she was the last kitten that their cat had had. So I gave her, well, the friend of mine that connected me to her, I gave them $20 and they gave them $20.
Yeah.
And they surprised me with her, so
All right, back.
yeah.
There's a picture for you, Jake. There's my two pistols.
Okay, let me see. Glock and a Glock. You got a Glock. What's that? A 17? No, 19.
Yep.
And that is a Glock. I'm not sure what the smaller one was.
26.
26. Yeah.
And I got that one. That's 45. Old West
Ooh,
style.
that's pretty.
Yeah, that's fun to shoot. Then my bigger one. That's my 357,
Okay.
which has 0 recoil.
Okay. Well, 357 doesn't have that much recoil to begin with, to be honest.
I got 22s that jump around more than that does. I can hold it. I can barely hold it and just shoot it all day, and it don't even move.
Is that a Taurus or
Yeah,
is
it's
that
a Taurus.
that's
Taurus tractor. I think weighs 42 ounces empty.
Huh.
But it's a ported barrel too, so it's got 3 holes on each side.
Uh-huh.
So there's no recoil. I just got my new red dot for it because I had to send the one I had back because it was junk, so they replaced it. But that was an eBay buy. So and then they sent me back the wrong one, which was partially my fault because I told them it was a different version. 'Cause that's what it was sold to me as. I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only word they went. And when I got it, I'm like, I don't want this because the previous version, one they sent me originally, in order to change the battery in it, you had to take it clear off the gun. I didn't like that because it's underneath. I'm like, I
Yeah,
don't want that.
that's why I like that Bushnell I got.
That's a Burris Fast Fire 3. The one I got on it now. It looks the same, but it's just designed a little different. And then I've got this one I bought at an auction. That's my little 22. Heritage Rough Rider.
Oh, I like those.
I
Those
bought
are
Dad
actually
one for
nice.
Father's Day a couple years ago.
Yep, yep. Is that now? That's a single action.
Yeah. And there's my AR. That one's fun. And let's see, there's my last picture.
Yep.
My 12 gauge. But
Yeah,
I don't
you
have
had
that.
the-
I don't have that stock on it anymore. I took the stock off and put a. It's the still looks sort of like that, but it's got the pistol grip too, and the full shoulder stock. I bought it off a guy on Craigslist, and it actually wasn't made for my gun, even though he said it was. I found out it wasn't. It was made for a Remington, and that's a Mossberg. So I had to go on eBay and buy a longer, shorter, the bolt, so I could bolt it on. Because I found out once, because I put the original bolt in it, and everything, it fit, and I didn't think nothing of it until I took it squirrel hunting one day. Couldn't eject shells or nothing because the bolt was sticking too far out into the chamber.
Mm.
I didn't know. So I went and ordered I didn't want to cut the original bolt, so I just bought one on eBay for like $4. And put it in and didn't have no trouble after that.
Hmm.
Yeah, I got the 30 round magazine that'll fit those Glocks. Which makes it interesting. You get some weird looks at the range when you put it in. Yeah, there's the it's a bad picture, but you click on that last one, that's the one that's that stock that I got on it. Which works it works pretty good.
Yeah.
I like it for shooting slugs because it gives you a little something to hang on to.
Yeah, I don't blame you there. I got too many freaking. I got pictures of all my firearms, but I got them all. I don't have them on the.
There's one, another Mossberg got Dad camouflaged that one for me with that vinyl wrap.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I got the gun, well, my uncle had it originally, and he's about an idiot. He was going to re-blue it, but he bought the wrong stuff and ended up stripping the whole thing down to bare metal. So he freaked out and spray painted it, which you can never really fix. So instead of going through all that hassle, I just used some steel wool and sanded everything as smooth as I could, and then just had Dad vinyl wrap it. I got some other.
That's vinyl wrapped?
Yeah. It's made for guns, but it's the same vinyl wrap like if you get like the mossy oak on your truck or car.
Oh, okay.
It's the same stuff. It's just that there. It's a lot of work, but it is pre-cut though for a gun. But it took Dad a couple days to do it.
Yeah, I basically just if I'm gonna paint something, I'll pull out the.
But I just didn't want leave it the way it was because it was spray painted, just cheap dollar store paint.
Well, a lot of times that spray paint is. I've got stuff that's been spray painted that's held up for years.
So I just went ahead and. Well, it just didn't look good. I mean, he did not do a good job.
Yeah, well, that's another thing.
Yeah. So I went ahead and just got that. I think that was like $15, $15 or $20 for that vinyl wrap. So wasn't too bad. I got bored one night and made this picture. That's actually laying on a blanket, but took my Glock 19, spelled out Glock 19 in 9mm. I've used it as an avatar a couple different websites. I was just bored.
Huh.
I was trying to get creative. Yeah, I got other guns, but that's all I got pictures of anyway. They're all fun to shoot, though. I don't shoot 22s that much, but
Oh, I do.
I've got
I'll shoot.
probably 5,000 rounds.
Oh, I got to keep more than that on hand. Cool, I'm an instructor,
But I never
so
hardly.
I got to keep, at least on average when I go to instruct, you can guarantee 1,000 rounds or
Yeah.
downrange.
I haven't shot a gun since I was in my 20s. Used to like them, though.
Yeah, I shoot when I get a chance. The AR is probably one of my. That's what I'm most accurate with, put it that way. And I just
Right.
got it, but shoot, I can hit just about anything with it. I'll probably do better once I paint the front sight on it, though. It's hard to see when you're going up against a black target,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the sight itself's black, so it makes it tricky. I'm just not sure which color I want to paint it, the white or the orange.
Huh.
'Cause I got both colors. I'll probably go with the white, and then if I don't like it, I can always put the orange over top of it.
Yeah.
Use it as a. But I was wondering though, on that front sight post, do I need to paint the whole entire thing, or how much
No,
of
no,
it?
no, 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 no.
I was told different by different people,
Uh,
and I wasn't sure, or how far down, or
no. If you're gonna paint, you're just wanting to paint the sight,
yeah, just the front sight
the
post.
front post sight.
Yeah.
Just put a dot on top.
Okay.
Just a dot on top.
Okay.
And then on the rear sight, if you wanted
Yeah, the
to,
rear sight's fine.
okay, then just put a dot. That's all you need.
Yeah, I don't have no trouble with the rear one.
That's why I use orange paint. I use a dot.
Yeah, because
And
they're
a lot of
the
times, and what I do is I stick it in a toothpick,
yeah,
and I use a toothpick, and I
because they're
just,
the standard M-bus sights.
yeah,
That's what they are.
just a dot.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
all you need.
Yeah, the one guy at one of the gun shops I was talking to, he's like, "Oh, paint the whole post." I was like, "That ain't gonna work."
No, you don't paint the whole post, unless you're gonna paint the whole front side of it.
Well,
If you want to do that, okay, but I just do a small section of the
Yeah.
top. That's it. I don't go into all that. What happened to Lorraine? She not feeling too well?
No, hey, we got
She said
somebody
she
in.
had to get up. She said she had to get up early in the morning.
Yeah, her
Oh,
her
okay.
husband's on, I guess, vacation this week or something.
Okay.
Now we got somebody in here speaking Spanish or whatever in the YouTube chat.
Huh.
I can't read that language, but take a look at it, you'll see it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah, I can't.
So I don't know. I apologize for whoever it is, but I do good enough with English. Hey, I'm just being honest. I'm not smart enough to lie, so I just be honest.
I know that's right.
People always find out anyway, so you might as well just be honest from the start and save everybody the hassle.
Well, if you don't lie, you don't have to remember it.
That's true
Yeah.
too.
Hell, I have enough time trying to remember the truth.
Yeah. The truth shall set you free.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't.
No, sometimes it gets you in trouble.
I agree.
Especially if you're talking to somebody who doesn't want to hear it.
Oh yeah. That's one of my biggest issues, with everything that I've dealt with and all the empath stuff and everything else. When you get a good, strong feeling that you know's accurate about a certain individual, but you really can't tell them. They're not going to believe you. They're going to want to know how you knew and all this, and there's not much you can do but just sit back and
then
watch
they get
whatever
pissed
happens.
off.
Yeah. But if you don't, because you really can't tell them from the start, but you can't bring it up afterwards either. 'Cause then they flip out, "Why didn't you tell me?" Well, if I would have, you wouldn't have believed me anyway.
Right.
Because they always want to know, how did you know? And that's nothing I can even answer. I'm like, I don't know, I just do.
Yeah.
And so you just got to kind of sit back and just watch everything unfold.
Well, trust is a big issue, and it's a rare commodity nowadays.
Yeah. But I mean, I can understand the other person's, perspective. I mean, how you supposed to believe somebody when they can't even, really tell you how they know whatever's going to happen?
Well, there's a lot of times. I get that. There's a lot of times you just can't.
Yeah,
You can't really say stuff.
exactly.
There's
But
times
you
you have
also, at times though, you also have to remember that we all have to trust somebody at some point.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
I make it perfectly clear a long time ago. Like when I talk, I don't care if you believe me or not. I
yeah.
just don't care.
right?
But
You
it's
know?
not. It's not real often with me that I'll get some feeling strong enough to where I know exactly who it's pertaining to. Most of my stuff is just, stuff floating in the air, and I seem to grab onto it like a magnet.
There you
Right?
go.
But I don't know why it was the weirdest thing. It's been a few years ago, but it's the only time I ever had the validation of it, like out in public, of where the feelings
Right.
were coming from, and that was pretty weird. It was
Yeah.
it was at Walmart. I never will forget it. I went in, and Mom was getting whatever, and I was off just looking around. And I was over on the food side, the grocery store side, and it's all of a sudden like flipping a light switch. When I got in one of the worst, like depressed type moods you could imagine, and I'm just like, what in the world? Because it was so quick and sudden, and I didn't know. So I'm walking around, and I could have been a couple minutes went by. This woman was on the phone, and cell phones are loud enough you can usually hear both people. And she was talking to somebody about her, I don't know if it was a sister or a friend or what, but somebody she was close to just got diagnosed with terminal cancer. So that explained
Wow.
the bad mood. Well, I was like, all right. So I went on a little bit later, got in the best mood you could imagine, just a complete, 180. And I'm like, what in the world? So the same scenario again. I walked a few aisles down. There was another lady on the phone talking about her sister who was always told that she could never have a kid and just found out she was pregnant with twins.
Oh wow.
So it was just that quick. That's the only time that ever happened. I never had any other like validation like that while I was in public.
That's cool though.
Yeah, but and I've asked other people that went through similar things, but never got an answer really from anybody. But for me, I don't know, the other person, feelings, emotions, whatever, they always seem stronger to me if I'm indoors. The person doesn't necessarily have to be as close to me. Almost,
Huh.
as crazy as it sounds, it's almost like the energy floating around is like contained by the walls, ceiling, and floor. If I'm outside, I got to be a lot closer to the person to pick anything up. That's why sometimes if I walk by somebody outside, then I kind of know where it came from almost. Because I knew I just
Right.
walked by them. But
Well,
indoors, it's all different.
I'm gonna have to cut this conversation, and I'm gonna have to go.
All right.
I just started yawning big time. Excuse me. And,
I'll let you know next time or what
Oh,
the
please
weather's
do.
going to be or anything.
Yep, please do, guys. Hey, it's been fun talking to both of you.
Take it easy.
Yeah, you too.
Good night, guys.
Night.
Good night.
But yeah, that's been the weirdest thing, though. I mean, that no one else ever said, that they've dealt with same or anything, but most always said they picked up on stuff just as easy inside or outside. But with me, it's been a little different. I don't know.
I don't know. It's hard to say sometimes, you know.
Yeah. It's like if you get one of them, little bouncy balls you'd play with as a kid, you throw it inside, it'd bounce off ceilings, walls, go everywhere. And that's
Right.
kind of the way it works with me. Everything just seems like it's bouncing everywhere, and eventually it smacks me. So it could have came from any point in that building. So it's hard
Well-
to say. So I don't know, but outdoors, I gotta be fairly close to the person.
It sounds almost like you experience what they call psychometry. Um, you do better when you're in direct connection with,
Yeah.
you know. Um,
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just kind of weird. I mean, because indoors, that's why it's so hard to sometimes try to pinpoint a target.
right,
If I even, put the thought into it to even try. I try to keep most of that stuff on the back burner nowadays because it's
right.
too much.
Overload.
Yeah, that's why I always hated like large crowds. I can deal with
Yeah,
it, but if I could avoid it, I would.
I go through phases. I don't know.
Now,
It's kind. Go
some
ahead.
some years are better than others, but like here in town, I mean, there's about 25,000 people or so that live here. But when we have our pumpkin show every October, we get about a 500,000 people throughout the whole week. So when we get that many people in town, some years it don't seem like it affect me too much. Other years it's just a mess.
Oh, I
So
bet.
just
I
that
bet
many people, and you're like,
it's overwhelming.
yeah, you got to practically sometimes keep your hands down to your side, just to walk down a sidewalk because it's so crowded. And but sometimes that could be bothersome, and other times it just seems like it really don't matter. I don't know.
Um, I don't know. I had enough scary experiences that I guess inadvertently shut a lot of things
Yeah,
down. And
mine haven't
trying.
been scary necessarily. Just like a roller coaster ride.
Well, I was too young and I was exposed to things too
Yeah,
quickly,
I
and it had an adverse effect.
yeah. Well, I guess what a benefit I had, I guess if you want to call it that, was my first real experience. Was a very positive one.
Right,
But the hard part though was once I had that experience out to the lake with that older lady and all of that, that's when everything else started, falling into place and realizing all this other stuff. But the hard part was going through every bit of it by myself.
right,
Nobody
exactly.
you can talk to, getting shoveled to all these doctors and all this mess, but, you know,
Well,
nobody to
not
listen or try to
not
even help me figure it out.
well, not only that though, but people not wanting to understand, not even trying to understand.
That was a big thing. If it wasn't in some one of their $1,000 textbooks type things, then it must not exist.
Well, and then you were well. I don't know about you, but I was, you know, shipped off to various places to figure out what was wrong with me.
I've been in a couple places. Never, never like legally sent anywhere. It was all like a voluntary type deal. But you know, but still, and those are not good places. Those people are horrible. You
Yeah.
run into a good worker once in a while, but for the most part, well, I would say the night staff is when it gets bad. The ones that are there in the daytime, I didn't have much trouble with, but the night workers, nurses, and whoever, they were not any good. They were the type that, and I still remember that girl that was going to commit suicide, and they told her just to do it quietly and don't make a mess.
Oh wow.
And then the one nurse comes in and she says, "Well, can you live for another half hour till I can get off work? I don't want the paperwork. Let next shift handle it."
Oh,
You know,
that's fucked up.
yeah, I agree. So stuff like that.
Well, it's like the person that recently unfriended me, um, claiming A to be a star seed,
Yeah,
and then B, we'd only been talking for about a month.
yeah.
And he tried to get super close to me super quick, and that kind of shit makes me uneasy.
Yeah.
You know?
I got a bad habit of that in a way, just not with everybody, but being as easy as I can pick up on things, I tend to forget sometimes I've dealt with it for so long, I forget that it's not a normal thing that everybody picks up on so easy. And sometimes I do move a little too quick, trying to be close friends or something. I don't mean it in a wrong way, but
Well, it's not that. It's just I have a lot of trust issues.
yeah, well, understandable.
You
Yeah.
know, and it takes time to develop trust.
But I'm never the type, no matter how quick I try to move, I'll never try to make it seem like I'm forcing anybody to say something
Right.
or open up. That's all, comes on your
Well,
own. Say what you want, when you want.
well, I think that's what bothered him is that he wanted me to talk to him about things more.
More
And
personal, in depth, yeah.
right, and
I
I wasn't ready for it.
I usually just try to put the offer out there that, if you want to say something, or whatever, I'm here to listen. It won't go no farther. And then I just let it go at that.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to send you a link. I don't
Okay.
know how to do that on this thing. Hold on. I'm gonna make the attempt though. Um, it's to a song that I think you'll like.
Okay.
Um, come on.
You can send it right here in Skype.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose my voice. Can you tell?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, you should be able to
Yeah.
see the other pictures and stuff that's been posted in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
There's a girl I talked to her a while back. I haven't talked to her for a while because she's extremely busy. She's a musician. But she's played a lot of songs. I've played some of them here on the Skywatches in the past, and she's got some real good music. And let's see, I'll play one of her songs, and it was one that kind of got to me the first time I ever heard it. And as soon as I find it, I got
Okay, I sent it.
okay.
don't
I
know
see it.
if-
All right, I'll listen to it.
Yeah. Um, my boyfriend actually turned me on to it.
Yeah.
And it kind of clicked with me.
Yeah.
I
I'll-
don't know how to explain it.
Let me see here. Yeah, I'll play one song real quick because this one I don't know. She was on a radio show that I was listening to one night, and just I don't know, everything just kind of clicked, I guess.
Well, it's like I don't know if I can play it without you having feedback if I play it out loud. Would you?
I don't know. I can probably play it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll play this one and I'll play that one.
All right.
This one's a little bit long, but about 7 minutes. But it's a good song though.
Okay.
Let me get it turned up here.
All right.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
All right.
She, your brother, calls to beg me. Get a message to his girl. Ancestor stirring, sending messages through our own across the world. I am listening, I am following, as warriors of the light can only do. We ride rootless on heavy medicine every day until our lives are through. We ride rootless on heavy medicine disconnected from the ground. We ride rootless in dark places, unafraid that we might fall or die on ground. We are working, we are tireless, we are seekers of the way. We ride rootless on heavy medicine, I'd be left to fight another day. Yeah. Time to do the work while my bones and blood are wild, with lessons learned and secrets shared. Friends and lovers help me put my armor back together, and never let me leave home unprepared. Oh, my comrade sets his fiddle to his shoulder, and I know today there'll be no turning back. We'll ride rootless on heavy medicine, unashamed of what we lack. We ride rootless on heavy medicine, disconnected from the ground. We ride fearless in dark places, hearts in danger but our spirits safe and sound. We are working, we are tireless, ooh, singing songs to stir the sky. We are on a bound to share these visions, walking tall and getting by, walking tall when we don't fly. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Dirt beneath my nails, I claw my way home from the forest, just as crazy as before. But I am breathing, I am laughing, taking one step at a time, bringing truth from door to door. And I'm not the only one of many, unafraid to open eyes or heart or mind. We ride rootless on heavy medicine, yeah, and we do it all the time. We ride rootless on heavy medicine, disconnected from the ground. We ride windward across the wasteland, skin in danger but our hearts all safe and sound. We speak the language of song and shadow, ooh, oh, we are tenders of the flame. We ride rootless on heavy medicine, and from day one we've never been the same. Yeah, 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 oh, yeah, oh. We are healers, working retail, a working graveyard without pay. We tell stories in our circle. We listen or we dance or we just pray. We are working, we are tireless, ooh, we are teachers of the way. We ride medicine. Don't you know we walk it every day? Oh, oh, we ride rootless on heavy medicine. Disconnected from the ground. We ride rootless in dark places, unafraid that we might fall or die or drown. Never die or working. We are tireless. Oh, we are keepers of the way. We rise again. We ride rootless on heaven medicine. So the stories get told, and we live to fight another day. Hey, we live to fight another day. Oh, we ride rootless. We ride rootless. We are here so the stories get told. Don't give up, ride out people. We are here so the stories get told. God is fresh, so we are here so the stories get told. God is fresh, to fight another day. We are here to fight another day.
That's pretty good
I
song.
like that a lot. Can you send me that?
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Let's see. Yeah, I've liked that song since the first time I heard it.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of Tori Amos.
She's got a bunch of songs that are good, but that was the one I caught on to like right off.
Yeah, I can see why. That's one I want to share.
Yeah, I bought 2 or 3 of her CDs. Well, bought the
Who is she?
down the S.J. Tucker. She's got a bunch of songs. Let's see. That's her website. But it's pretty cool because her music's on a server. It's called Bandcamp, which I had never messed with. But if you buy just one song for like 99 cents, then you can listen.
Right.
You can listen to anything else on the whole website for free.
Nice.
But since I was using her music for the sky watches and stuff, that's why I went ahead and bought some of it.
Right. I'm doing too many things at once right now. My laptop's lagging.
Come on. Let's see. I gotta go change the batteries in my camera here in a second. But let's see if I can find the actual song, because that was out of a playlist. So I gotta see. I've got it. Here it is. This ought to work. Yeah, there you go. You should be able to get it straight from Skype here.
Alright.
It's like 13 megabytes, but I'll be right back. I'm gonna change my batteries in the camera. They died.
All right.
They died halfway through that song.
Oh, damn.
That's a long song.
Yeah.
7 minutes and 44 seconds. I think it's the longest one she's got that I know of.
I like it, though.
Yeah, I did too. Okay. We should have stars again.
Okay.
Yeah, this software I'm using to stream the video and stuff, it's pretty neat because if I want to play music, I can, and then just mute my speakers and it'll still come through. So
Nice.
I don't have to hear it if I don't want to.
Right.
Alright, it says the file sent to you, so I guess.
Yeah, my computer's quote unquote thinking.
Oh, okay. But yeah, it'll stay there though for a while, so you can just click on it later if you have to. But I'll play.
Alright.
I'll play that one that you put in here though.
Yeah, I want to see what you think of it.
All right. Yeah, this computer here, I've only had it about a couple months. I bought it, ordered it custom made. That way
Nice.
Yeah, it cost me $900, but I got it done though, and that was a lot of money for me to save up.
Yeah, I bet.
But it would have cost
Gosh.
me. It would have cost me $1,400 if I'd have built it myself. Those same parts. So,
Oh, wow.
So since they had it cheaper, and it was a good company too, because when I was explaining to the guy what I wanted, the first thing he said was, "Ignore all of our high dollar computers. You don't need it." So that was nice. So the base model was $500 and some dollars, and I upgraded some of the stuff in it. 'Cause I wanted to get the best I could in parts that I couldn't change later. You know, I knew I could always add more RAM and all this, but some stuff you just gotta do it from the start. Yeah, I'll play this.
All my friends are heathens, take it slow.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Like I said, I identify with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Well, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does.
Because a lot of times people think they do know a certain individual and they really don't.
No, they don't. And people are so quick to judge.
They are.
You know, they they say they want to see your dark side. They really don't.
No. The problem I've had with some, whether it's been online people or just, people in regular everyday life is, and it's so aggravating, when I've spoke about a lot of the things, they're like, oh, I wish I could, experience that for like, a weekend or something. I'm like,
they don't know what they're asking.
Well, that, and it's not a toy you can pick up and put down it, whenever you want.
No.
It doesn't work that way.
No.
And that's the part they don't seem to understand is, if you don't like it, just forget about it. Just don't do it. Well,
it's not that easy.
Generally it's an involuntary thing, and how do you stop an involuntary thing? You can't.
Well, not only that, though, but sometimes, I don't know about for you. Well, actually I do, because you just said. I know that for me sometimes, it's hard to tell what feelings are actually mine.
Exactly. I've dealt with, that's been a big issue over the years.
Yeah.
I've even got to the point before to where you would get stuck in a certain, mood or feeling, whatever, and it would be just, you want to get rid of it. So I would just have to go out in public just to hope to latch on to something different. Might not be better, but it'd be different.
Well, I know that for me, I get overwhelmed easily. And if I feel like I'm being inundated, or smothered, I pull away.
The only thing that really gets me anymore is I don't like to be put on the spot.
Right.
I just... And one other thing, it's aggravated me over the years, and I guess it's a little unrelated, but regardless, when I get real good at whatever I'm doing, doesn't matter what it is, I can put a lot of effort, I'll put everything I've got into it if it's something I enjoy and I'm good at. But what aggravates me is no matter how good I would be at something, no one would ever give me a chance to prove it.
Right. Well, and a lot of people, they don't take into consideration not everybody's experiences and feelings are the same.
Right.
And
I agree. Just like having, look at all the critics that watch a movie and they'll all give you a different opinion of the same movie.
Right. And I don't know. I mean, people take shit way too seriously.
They do. Whoops. Yeah, they do. I don't know. Things get blown out of proportion too.
Yeah. Big time.
Because you say something and then it gets all twisted around and...
Yeah. Well, it's like you well, I feel betrayed and used. I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you.
No.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Yeah. Or this has happened to me in the past. You'll run into somebody and they're ready to open up and tell you everything in the world about them the first 5 minutes you talk to them. And you're not ready, and then they feel like, well, I told you everything, why won't you say something? And
well, yeah, he's like, well, I can't force you to talk. And I'm like, no, you can't.
Right.
And the more you try, the more you're going to fucking push me away.
I get a lot of total strangers opening up to me, though. That does catch me off guard, though.
I get the same thing. People walk up to me randomly.
People at the store or wherever.
Yeah. They want to tell me what's bugging them or whatever. And it's like, I'm instantly their psychiatrist or something.
And I think I know the reason behind it is...
Oh, yeah?
Well, it's a safety thing. Because they don't know you, they can tell you everything, and they know they'll probably never see you again, And
Yeah.
you don't know any of their friends or family, so if you do spread it around, it's not going to be in their circle of people. So,
Right.
they feel like comfortable.
Well, I think part of it too is I think they kind of sense that you sympathize.
Well, yeah, I think in a weird way we almost put out like a beacon, like a lighthouse.
Right. Right.
But when people have opened up to me and said things, I look at it as, well, there's people that'll open up to, like you got your cats there, or if you got a dog, and people will tell them everything because they know they're not going to spread it around. They can't.
Right.
And it's kind of the same mindset.
Right.
It took me a long time to figure that out, but once I started thinking more about it, it made sense.
Well, it's like what gets me is when people sit there and expect me to explain how I am to them, and I'm like, fuck, I don't even understand.
Yeah.
How do you expect me to explain it to you?
I never really answer anything. You got to ask questions in the right way, and they'll answer their own questions.
Right.
You kind of throw it back at them.
Right.
And they don't even realize it most of the time.
Well, it's like I've gotten to the point where when people ask why I am so reclusive,
Yeah.
and my answer to that is simple. I'm like, that's got more to do with me than it does to deal with anybody else.
Yeah.
Don't take that shit personally.
Right. Yeah.
You can't.
No.
But, yeah, surprisingly, and a lot of people do. They take how you react to shit personally, not taking into
Right. I know what you mean.
that it doesn't have anything to do with them.
No. The biggest thing that gets on my nerves more than anything, and it's been even recent, but everybody walking up saying all the time saying, "What's wrong?" And there's nothing wrong.
Oh, yeah. And then you go, there wasn't, but there wasn't before, but there is now.
And there's never, well, I can say never, but most of the time, there's nothing wrong. I'm just in a kind of a neutral state, not
Right.
very happy, not mad, nothing, just whatever.
You just want to be left the fuck alone.
Whether I'm just watching TV or if I walk in
Right.
and grab something out of the refrigerator, whatever. What's
Right.
wrong with you? Nothing's wrong with me. Then they keep pressing the issue, and then something does get wrong and get mad.
Right.
It's like, geez. They ask you a question, and then they won't believe your answer.
Right. Well, damn, I hate to do it, but I'm actually getting tired. And
Yeah.
I've got to rinse my hair before I go to bed.
Oh, yeah.
You gonna be up tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't know if I'll do any sky watches or anything, because it depends on the weather, but you can always send me a message. I can always call you or something if you want to chat.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, that's no problem. I don't have any plans or anything.
Are you gonna have the thing up all night or no?
You mean tonight or tomorrow?
Tonight.
I'll probably have it up for a while.
Okay, because what I'm gonna probably do is, I like watching the sky.
Yeah.
What I'll probably do is put it on full screen and just kind of watch for a while before I go to sleep.
All right.
So, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll just play some music. I got a ton of music here from her I can play, so
Awesome.
I'll just
Well-
run through some of it.
All right. Thanks for the conversation and the company. I
Hey, no
appreciate
problem.
it.
Yeah, anytime. Like I say, even if I don't have anything necessarily going on, streaming or anything, more than willing to just take a phone call and chat.
Sounds good to me. Well, you have a good night,
Hey, you too.
All right.
All right.
Good night.
Night.
It started long years ago. Weekends, weeknights when the lights are low. The word goes around to those in the know. The D&D game is going down. Time set aside to play it hook or crook. Millions of gamers are heading for their books. Gather round, lads, forget the funny looks. Everyone's dungeon bound. Said everyone's dungeon bound. Come bards from the north, elves off the moor, gamers off work, get down to the store. Scratch your neighbor, what's underneath? A wizard or a cleric or a thief. Generations since Gygax, rolling their initiative and scarfing down a snack. It's fun to fill the form, and if you roll some awesome stats, you can always earn a couple more. Oh, next week coming back for more. Come gnomes from the north, orcs off the moor, freaks and geeks, get down to the store. Scratch your neighbor, what's underneath? A paladin, a fighter, or a thief. 25 halflings, silent in the field, never held for ransom, never made to yield. Half-elven lady known to be a spy, rolling her charisma while the gentlemen go by. Yeah. Ooh, oh, rolling now, come bards from the north, elves off the moor, gamers off work, get down to the store. Scratch your neighbor, what's underneath? A wizard or a cleric or a thief. A human half-orc, play the one you like. Bust a couple heads instead of studying for psych. Long sword, short sword, scimitar, a bow. Everyone's a gamer, don't you know? Bards from the north, elves off the moor, freaks and gamer geeks, get down to the store. Scratch your neighbor, what's underneath? A wizard or a cleric or a thief. A paladin, a fighter or a thief. A wizard, a cleric, a thief. Play a D&D. Come for the day and stay a year. That's the way it goes round here. In the house of Mama Dragon, Trudy's house becomes a home for all who seek and laugh alone. It's the house of Mama Dragon. Taught put it down. She's got two and fish on top of that. In the house of Mama Dragon. Stick around and soon you'll be cashing in on strategy. In the house of Mama Dragon. Remember thou art God, now take your cookie. How's she gonna cast circle today? The carrot or the apple may? In the house of Mama Dragon. Wit can bite and smiles can shine, but not when you leave your teeth behind. In the house of Mama Dragon. When it comes your turn for the ritual cup and your mind goes blank, just make it up. In the house of Mama Dragon. Oh, when it comes your turn and your time is up, if your mind goes blank, who gives up? In the house of Mama Dragon. Yeah, remember thou art God, now take your cookie. Remember thou art goddess. Crone joke notes I've never heard before. Of course, you realize this means war. In the house of Mama Dragon, Dragon Lady doesn't speak in fire, but she'll kick your ass when things are down to the wire. Just like the trickster when you raise his ire. So for all who seek and laugh alone, just consult your local crone. She will take it all in stride. Disbelieve the light in my own eyes. She claims to be disorganized. Just don't expect a place to hide the bodies. Remember thou art God. Remember thou art goddess. Yes, remember when the deities all stutter on your precious name. You have the gift of humor. No one who meets you will frown very long. Or be the same. We will never be the same, no. We will never be the same, no, yeah. She gonna cast circle today, the carrot or the athame. Years ago I came to you, down beneath your ripples, submitting to the mystery of life beneath the waves. Years I floated near you, swimming in your subterrane, rocked within the opium embrace of Triton's tomb. Time I lost just fussing over every little thing you asked for. Let myself keep fading silver fishes through my skin. Somewhere I stopped breathing, but I missed the kiss of air. I cut the waves and left you there, and never returned again. Someday in my castle keep, where rumors fly and questions creep, they'll say to me, what of the Lord of the Deep? I'll say I knew him once, but he was asleep. I'll say I knew him once, but he was asleep. Oh, there's no light where you are. I'm there too. To the mountains I will fly, free from the waves into new love's arms, back to the realm of the sky. Years ago I came to you, in love and doomed to drowning, beholden to the mystery of life beneath the waves. Years I floated near you, I will never see again how I could tarry in the opium embrace of Triton's tomb. All the time I lost just fussing over every little thing you asked for. Let myself keep fading silver fishes through my skin. Somewhere I stopped breathing, but I missed the kiss of air. I cut the waves and left you there, and never returned again. Someday in my castle keep, where rumors fly and questions creep. They'll say to me, what of the Lord of the deep? I'll say I knew him once, but he was asleep. I'll say I knew him once, but he was asleep. Oh, there's no light where you are. To the mountains I will fly, free from the waves into new love's arms, back to the realm of the sky. Years ago it came to you, in love and doomed by what I knew. And though I miss the mystery now of life beneath the waves, thin as sweet as water when your body begs to breathe. And so I leave when I must leave. Don't weep for love I couldn't save. And all of us who dare to love are brave. Oh, there's no light where you are. To the mountains I will fly, free from the waves into new love's arms, back where I belong. There's no light where you are. To the mountains I will fly, out of this gloom, free from the waves into new love's arms, back where I belong. Someday they will ask me, and I will say someday they will ask me. They will say, what of the Lord of the deep? And I will say, I'll say I knew him once, but he was asleep. I'll say I knew him once, but he was asleep. I'll say I knew him once, say I knew him once. I'll say I knew him, I knew
One flies in to case the joint, boldly struts around. Two fly in to make it three, laugh a while and knock each other down. Four flies in with a frowning walk, gains a laugh from out a squawk. But it's five who owns the place and proves it with a look, stopping 6 and 7 in their tracks from smuggling a book. Words within our grasp, do we let go? Do we fly heavily with the weight of what we know? Words within our grasp, do we let go? Do we fly heavily with what we know? My friend bids me come and see the ravens in the library, setting quiet pages free. My friend bids me come and see the ravens in the library, setting quiet pages free. 1 for fiction, 2 for truth, 3 for bikes and bathing suits, 4 for sci-fi fantasy, 5 loves art and ancient skulls, 6 eats periodicals, 7 lives in poetry. 1 and hangs out on the drama shelves, but keeps the monologues to herself. 2 and 3 are studying jewels. 4 reads all about the Huns. 5 won't share the shiny ones. 6 and 7 label memories. Words within our grasp, do we let go? Do we fly heavenly with the weight of what we know? Words within our grasp, do we let go? Do we fly heavenly with what we know? Hours of study flying by, words soaked up by beady eyes, long debates into the night, pages flying everywhere. Seek the language word by word, like the black and clever bird. Never let it bring you down, all the things we haven't figured out. My friend bids me come and see the ravens in the library, setting quiet pages free. My friend bids me come and see the ravens in the library, setting quiet pages free. 7 reads about the gods, chuckles to herself. To the rest she never lets on. Try to catch a glimpse of them, bickering like mortal men, feathers on the sidewalk. If you heard a raven say such horrible words as the ones you may have heard in your day-to-day, would it make you choose your own more carefully around the ones you love? My friend bids me come and see the ravens in the library, setting quiet pages free. My friend bids me come and see the ravens in the library, setting quiet pages free. Setting quiet pages free. Setting quiet pages free. Setting quiet pages free. 7 little ravens sitting on the shelves. Promise when they're learning, they keep it to themselves. There's no knowing what you'll find. We all seek the light one way or another, mostly flying blind. Everything flies at the mercy of the moonlight. Love us more than most at times. You've sought the light where few have ever found it, captured deep in tawny eyes. Little ones seek and ye shall find. Take care what you find in the tawny eyes of a hunter. Mine eyes. Who is it dares to find these feathers, stroke this skin? And how can you dream of the night he spreads his wings to hold you, shows you all he knows and lets you in? I've heard it said none but fools will ever count on shifting shapes and flying dreams. Foolish the heart that lights upon a love who's never what he seems. Shows one face at dawn and another in the twilight. Kings have worn his shape before. Lord of the evening, so handsome in the sunlight, leaves you wanting so much more. Child, death is a dance on the forest floor. I grew up seeing things a little differently, appearing, disappearing, hardly innocent, nor tied down to the ground. I learned to roll and tumble with the punches, glory in my stripes and spots, walk by invisible and never make a sound. But heavy is the crown that's always hidden, tender is the heart you never see. Hard and fast shines the grin that we flash, but there's a vulnerable stripe or two on me. Maybe any place outside of Wonderland is not for me, my friend. If I leave my grin behind, remind me that we're all mad here, and it's okay. Sun up, sundown, the shadows hide me down in Wonderland. Wonderland, nobody knows the way, but if you find it in your dreams, you can find it at your day job, somewhere south of hell. Take the path to left or right with just your gut to guide you. The story is not for anyone else to tell. Go down the rabbit hole and out the other side. You can't go home in the middle of the magic carpet ride. You gotta greet the sun before his lovely daughter moon. You can't forsake the journey for the safety of your room until you learn your lesson well. I have learned to see and hear everybody loud and clear, but the truth comes down in riddles that are safe enough to share. That's how it is in songs you see, and stripes always looked good on me, whether or not I'm really there. Smile hangs in the heavy is the burden of the wise ones, when no one understands a word they say. The Jabberwock never bothered anyone, but nobody believes him to this day. Hey, and why should they? If I leave my grin behind, remind me that we're all mad here, and it's okay. Sun up, sundown, the shadows find me out in Wonderland. Wonderland, nobody knows the way, but if you find it in your dreams, you can find it at your day job, somewhere south of hell. Take the path to left or right with just your gut to guide you. The story is not for anyone else to tell. Down the rabbit hole and out the other side. You can't go home in the middle of the magic carpet ride. You gotta greet the sun before his lovely daughter moon. You can't forsake the journey for the safety of your room until you learn your lesson well. Learn your lesson well. Learn your lesson well. Learn your lesson well. Is it the stripes or the spots you see? Was it hearts or diamonds, baby, brought you here to me? Darling, you know better than to trust a pack of cards. What have we learned? The world is never as mad as it could be. Never as mad as it could be. If I leave my grin behind, remind me that we're all mad here, and it's okay. I promise. If I leave my grin behind, remind me that we're all mad here, and it's okay. If I leave my grin behind, remind me that we're all mad here, and it's okay. If I leave my grin behind, remind me that we're all mad here, and it's okay. Love lies downwind waiting, patiently to be found, patiently to be found. All day east wind howling, wailing, angel omega sound. Unless you are the one I have been waiting for. You are the one I have been waiting for. I've been downwind waiting for you to come around, for you to come around. All night
that west wind wailing. Angel, don't let me down. I know you are the one I have been waiting for. You are the one I have been waiting for. There is no one soul that will swallow me whole and let me out shining beautiful. No, in love there is loss of control, but like the rivers I roll, are you in for the ride? Shifting on the thermal and gliding, riding. Where will you sleep tonight? Where will you sleep tonight? Love lies downwind waiting, with a silence of tigers and a hunger burning bright. With a heart song shining bright, desert stars shine a light, 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 shine a light. Where will you sleep tonight? Lately I'm a little bit prickly. Everything hurts when you fall in love hard enough. Rock bottom doesn't feel so bad. No, I wouldn't quite call this bitchy. When I am on my best behavior, I'll fool you like a grown-up little girl who didn't know how good she had it before. When desire walks through your door and all hell breaks loose times 4, you'll understand that maybe I won't pull smooth maneuvers on your suitors anymore. Don't you go get my hopes up, girl. You'll be sorry and so will I. Last thing either one of us needs is yet another reason to cry. I know that I'm your last in line. I ought to know better than to call you mine. Say a flat out no to my face, that's fine, but don't get my hopes up, girl. Lately I'm a really good swimmer, so far up the creek 'cause I fell in love hard enough. Hot water doesn't seem so dire. No, I must have quit paying attention, baby. I have to tell you the line is blurred pretty bad between the frying pan and the fire. When love creeps up on you and fries your circuits through and through, you'll understand and maybe forgive me my trespasses, for I know not what I do. Oh, don't you go get my hopes up, boy. You'll be sorry and so will I. I'm not one for second chances. Once you've made me cry, my dance card's full, my waiting list is too backed up for shit like this. Go ahead and pretend that I don't exist, but don't get my hopes up, boy. When desire walks through your door and all hell breaks loose times 4, you'll understand that maybe I won't demand good manners from your lovers anymore. Don't you go get my hopes up, love. You'll be sorry till the day you die. I see you wishing on your star, and wishes cannot lie. Make them two, or haven't you heard? Waste a few on you, 'cause I never did learn. I know courage is harder to show than concern, and you can't steal fire and not get burned. I will try to hold out and await my turn, but don't get my hopes up, love. But don't you get my hopes up, love. Between the lines of this our fairy tale, man cannot follow the monsters. It's simple for you, love, but never for me. Nothing can be as it once was. Call me a beast as you've always done, one which can no longer love you. Look for me not, lover, I'm long gone. How can you hope to follow? You're meant to crawl up on your knees, not steal my soul or talk to me, nor beg me to come home with you. The last thing I would ever do, I am the place where air meets ice, escaping from your paradise, the girl with the lion's tail. I don't wanna be the girl you tame, an oddity locked away somewhere safe. I don't wanna be the girl you tame, your one-heart menagerie lonely. Oh, give me back the girl I was, the beast I used to be, shedding the skin of this creature. You were never cage enough to keep the light inside. Deny me the sky and I'm running. A lion must keep something back for her own. If she's been let to live, I'd sooner run than waste away at home. You already have all that I have to. Give me back my broken heart, the dress I wore in Ostia, everything you took away and so self-replaced. Take away your holiness, your pleading and your crying eyes. Bring me back the girl I want, untamed. Go cry your Ave Maria, my love. Cry me a river to hell. Hell or home, it's so much the same. Your script, your saint, yourself. Be the girl you tame, an oddity locked away somewhere safe. I don't wanna be the girl you tame, your one-heart menagerie lonely, your one-heart menagerie, your one-heart menagerie of memories. Can you see your place? Paragon of dignity, untouchable and lethal. But there's more to life than shuriken.
Sudden death comes easy when you practice every day. You'll think you're 10 feet tall and bulletproof until you pass my way, and you will never see it coming. No one's sad to see you go. Within my eyes you'll glimpse the wisdom you were not prepared to know. In fearing what you cannot see, you fall beneath my hand. This is a ninja thing you wouldn't understand. You will never know I'm here until it's far too late. It is a ninja's way to pass unseen and not to storm the gate. Moving quieter than kittens, circumnavigating law, tiptoeing merciless as nightfall. Until I pounce and disappear again, you'll never hear a thing. The soul has always been corrupted, but the heart and hands are clean. Sworn enemies fall lifeless, though they never see my face. The game is glory, but I take my joy in leaving not a trace. My actions quick as lightning, unintended to hurt you. I'm only doing what a ninja's gotta do. Da-da, do-da, do-da-da, do-da. Following the way, creeping night and day. I won't say life is hard, but I must restrain my urges to run naked through my yard. No ninja goes out streaking, it just simply isn't done. My career would shrivel up and die, but damn would it be fun to see the neighbors' eyes as big as saucers peering from their doors. I'd pirouette beneath the moonlight, days of skulking, hiding, sneaking, and assassinating enemies no more. Just one streak of brightness in a world of black and blue. I'd just be doing what a ninja's gotta do, wouldn't you? Go skinny dipping like a ninja's gotta do.
Sweet 16 and bold as love, the danger I've been dreaming of. Sweet 16 and bold as love, the danger I've been dreaming of. Sweet 16 and bold as love, the danger I've been dreaming of. Sweet 16 and bold as love, the danger I've been dreaming of. I say sweet 16 and here she comes. I see the candlelight from her window. Well, she just bought her first book of spells, one step further from the wishing wells of childhood. She's a woman grown. I tell you girls, if I had known I'd do it all over exactly the same. She walked into my life and I sang, "Witch girl, where have you been? Tell me about the trouble you've been in." Turned around, powder lip, Tinkerbell, one step further from the wishing well. But what's her coven gonna say? All I know when I see her face, she makes every little fairy princess fade away. Here she comes and I say, "Witch girl, where have you been? Tell me about the mischief." Witch girl, bold as love, the danger I've been dreaming. Oh, witch 16 and bold as love, the danger I've been dreaming. A mug of shadows and a lock of hair, she holds me there, she does not care. Book of shadows and a lock of hair, she holds me there, she does not care. Book of shadows and a lock of hair, she holds me there, she does not care. Book of shadows and a lock of hair, she holds me there. Witch girl. Boots to a powder
witch decides which is fate, and she's gonna learn the hard way, and that's alright. She says she likes it hard some nights, but keep a close eye on her witchy ways. She'll surprise us all one day. She'll surprise us all one day. She'll surprise us all one day. Say, witch girl, where have you been? Tell me about the trouble you've been in. Witch girl, my, how you have grown. Time to make this world your own. Witch girl, what have you done? Everything from raising hell to having fun. Witch girl, where have you been? Tell me about the mischief. Look of shadows and a lock of hair. She holds me there. She does not care. Look of shadows and a lock of hair. She holds me there. She does not care. Sweet 16 and bold as love, the danger I've been dreaming of. Sweet 16 and bold as love, a witch girl. a glowing place, beautiful before. A tarnished heart that lost its way. So long, so long. Gone are the colors, the apples and gems. Each hunger answered with more. Above and below, she has rotted away. So long, so long. The great market calls from canopied stalls, but a ghost town is all you will find. Purses large and small, gold coins, change and palms, gone paper and ruin and lost time. 7 sons and golden ball daughters take their own lives to hand. I have been to the city of Marrow, and I have come out again. Savoring what is divine, I look at my lover and only see bones. No one looks under the skin now. Fear not the wind of wasting, its howling is not for you. It's only an echo now within the hearts of those just passing through. The hearts of those just passing through. Savoring what is devoured. No one looks under the skin anymore. There's only the wind now. There's only the wind now. There's only the wind now. 7 sons and golden ball daughters take their own lives to hand. Fear not the city of Marrow, for you will come out again. I have been to the city of Marrow, and I have come out again. So fear not the wind of wasting, its cries are not for
Thoughts of those long ago passed through. Seven songs and golden ball daughters. I have been to the city of majesty, and I have come out again. I have come out again. I have come out and always see part. I have come out again. I have come out again. Peeking through the embers, stirring up a storm. Kosh, Kosh is watching you and keeping you from harm. Ember, ash, and kindling, pretty kings and queens, counting out your wishes, lighting up your dreams. Listen to your mother when she takes you to town, for Kosh, Kosh gobbles all the naughty children down. Hearth, tinder, flint, and steel, pretty kings and queens, granting all your wishes, dancing in your dreams. Never make a wish that will make your mother frown, for Kosh, Kosh gobbles all the naughty children down. Peeking through the embers, stirring up the storm. Kosh, Kosh is watching you and keeping you from harm. Ember, ash, and kindling, pretty kings and queens, counting out your wishes, lighting out your dreams. Listen to your mother when she takes you to town, for Kosh, Kosh gobbles all the naughty children down. Hearth, tinder, flint, and steel, pretty kings and queens, granting all your wishes, dancing all your dreams. Never make a wish that will make your mother frown, for Kosh, Kosh gobbles all the naughty children down. Peeking through the embers, stirring up the storm. Kosh, Kosh is watching you and keeping you from harm. Ember, ash, and kindling, pretty kings and queens, counting out your wishes, lighting up your dreams. Listen to your mother when she takes you to town, for Kosh, Kosh gobbles all the naughty children down. Tinder, flint, and steel, pretty kings and queens, granting all your wishes, dancing all your dreams. Never make a wish that will make your mother frown, for Kosh, Kosh gobbles all the naughty children down. Peeking through the embers, stirring up a storm. Kosh, Kosh is watching you and keeping you from harm. Peeking through the embers, stirring up a storm. Kosh, Kosh is watching you and keeping you from harm. I am the firebird, I am his daughter. I am the firebird's child. I am the firebird's child. I am the firebird, I am his daughter. And like the flame, I am wild, 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 wild. I am the firebird, I am his daughter. I am the firebird's child. I am the firebird's child. I am the firebird, the boldest song you've ever heard. Join in the dance and make it wild, wild, wild. Join in the dance and make it wild. To see a maiden dance around the fire is not so strange, but fire dances around the limbs of this uncommon maid. Be brave enough to burn and you'll be brave enough to fly. Join your sister Solace as she lights the morning sky. I am the firebird, I am his daughter. I am the firebird's child. I am the firebird, the boldest song you've ever heard. Join in the dance and make it wild, 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 wild. I am the with me. Sister Sorrow, walk with me. Sister, will you follow me? Sister, will you dance with me? Sister Sorrow, walk with me. Sister, will you follow me? Sister, will you follow me? Sister, will you follow me? Sister Sorrow, dance with me. Morning down, like a flame, you must be wild. 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 I am the firebird, I am his daughter. I am the firebird's child. I am the firebird, the boldest song you've ever heard. Join in the dance and make it wild, 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 wild. I am the firebird, I am his daughter. I am the firebird's child. I am the firebird, I am his daughter. I am the firebird, and Solace is my name. I am your dying sickle moon. I am your circle dance. Halloween in the midnight blue has left for you a sliver of a chance to love a wet-lipped, well-lit spectacle in silk and tattered lace. Hold me in your arms, transcend a darker state of grace. Let me under your wings, smoker angel, I'll be good. Let me hear your heartbeat, smoker angel, if you would, that I would fly with you. Let me die with you, if this isn't to be pursued. What in heaven's name will I do when I die from lack of you? I am your fading afternoon, your raven on the wing. Leave behind your twisted halo, boy, just to come and hear me sing. Stop that flying round and come to me. I've done with this merry chase. What high time 'twould be to kiss the shadows from your face. Let me under your wings, fire angel, I am cold. I'm not flying off, no, fire angel, if my heart's too bold, you'll forgive me here. I'll keep you warm and near. If your destiny's unclear, go find it. I can wait here without fear for you. Darker State of Grace.